Regular Assembly meeting of April 7th, 2025 to order at 7:05. Mr. Smith, will you lead us in the flag salute?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Kelly, would you read the land acknowledgement?
We would like to acknowledge that the city and borough of Juneau is on Tlingit land and wish to honor the indigenous people of this land. For more than 10,000 years, Alaska Native people have been and continue to be integral to the well-being of our community. We are grateful to live in this place, a part of this community, and to honor the culture, traditions, and resilience of the Tlingit people. Gunashtish.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Madam Clerk, will you call roll?
Mr. Bryson.
Present.
Ms. Hughes Candies.
Here.
Ms. Atkinson.
Here.
Ms. Wool.
Present.
Mr. Kelly.
Here.
Ms. Hall.
Here.
Mr. Steininger. Here. Deputy Mayor Smith.
Here.
Mayor Weldon.
Here.
A quorum is present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. First, we have some items of special order of business, so could I have Mr. Ringel step up front, please? It's live.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and fellow Assembly members. I'd like to take a small amount of your time to thank the city for its support of the warming shelter. We've been out of the news because we've successfully and fairly peacefully housed an average of 48 people a night. During February, we averaged 58. We are back down to about 40 as the weather's gotten better. To run something successfully takes a lot of people, and I'd like to point that out, especially two people. There's a lot of individual commendations and recognitions, but a successful shelter depends on a team that enforces policies and procedures with compassion, consistency, and expectations. This warming shelter has done that extremely successfully this year, reducing conflicts with our business neighbors and reducing the need for emergency services. The two workers with me tonight are an example of people who at one time needed our services and now are contributing parts of our community, serving people and giving them examples that homelessness can be temporary and short-lived. Whitney, right here, is our shelter manager. She's been running the shelter since January. She provides a firsthand knowledge of homelessness and a skill set that is excellent with conflict management and de-escalation. 2 years ago, she came to St. Vincent de Paul after living at the Mill Street campground, wanting to make a change. And through our homeless prevention grant program and a lot of work of her own, she's been successful beyond what most people, including myself, thought would happen. And I appreciate her help and her willingness to step up and run the shelter. Archie Hunt here started working for St. Vincent de Paul in the warming shelter in 2020, when in the COVID employment crisis, we used some homeless people. Archie used the shelter to work his way out of homelessness. He's worked for us for 4 years. That knowledge of what it's like to be homeless helps when we're dealing with people down and out and in a difficult mood. It's made a big difference. These two people have been key parts of our shelter team. They've been joined by the support of the Rock Dump Coalition, where businesses have cooperative, and a significant number of St. Vincent de Paul volunteers who serve food at the night and coffee in the morning, providing extra eyes and ears so our staff can do the difficult work. Together, they work as a team and spend the darkest hours of the darkest days of the year caring for people who have no other place to go. And I appreciate the Assembly's support. And I want to give the people who deserve it the recognition. Whitney and our team, staff, for all our workers and volunteers. Thank you.
Archie. Wait, Beth. Can I get a photo with you and them?
Next, could we have Dr. Twitchell come up? So this is a proclamation in recognition of Dr. Kune Lance Twitchell. Whereas the City and Borough of Juneau Assembly is honored to recognize the many accomplishments of Dr. Kune Lance Twitchell, a professional of Alaska Native Languages at the University of Alaska Southeast. And whereas on March 15, 2025, Dr. Kune Lance Twitchell won an Emmy at the 2025 Children's and Family Emmy Awards for Outstanding Writing for a Preschool Animated Series. And whereas Dr. Kune Lance Twitchell's Emmy recognizes his excellent work on the PBS Kids program, Molly of Denali, and specifically his writing of the episode Not a Mascot. And whereas Molly of Denali premiered in 2019 and is the first nationally distributed children's program to feature an Alaska Native as the lead character. And whereas Dr. Kune Lance Twitchell's passion and dedication to Alaska Native languages and Alaska Native people has highlighted his work. And whereas the City and Borough of Juneau Assembly is proud of the work, leadership, and accomplishments of Dr. Kune Lance Twitchell's. Now, therefore, I, Beth A. Weld, the Mayor of the City and Borough of Juneau, Alaska, and the City and Borough Assembly do hereby formally acknowledge and congratulate Dr. Kune Lance Twitchell for being recognized by the Academy of Television Awards, Television Arts and Sciences with a 2025 Emmy. Would you like to say a few words?
Atlangan Chishuit the Kat Johan. Yewe Achtundetani Yeti Hatagudachkatniki. Hatunach Aya Yuhaskata at a Joe Achtu Yeke Ya Hashkatniki. Ya Shieteheni Yetki has to Wakshi to Sydney. I'm just so thankful, and I just really believe that the stories of our ancient peoples live through us and they talk through us. And I'm so thankful to the entire team of Molly of Denali who makes it possible to bring our stories to so many children and to highlight a lot of the things that Alaska Native peoples think about and do, and that we have very smart and capable and fun and funny Native children that they could see. Good as cheese.
Many people are going to go home tonight and stream All Lived in Alley. Anyway, Deputy Smith asked to read this next one.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So you could tell also.
Any public servants want to come to the front? Carl, you public servant, come on, public servant. I'll stand over on this side to acknowledge the other public servants that we have. A proclamation for Public Service Recognition Week. Whereas Americans are served every single day by public servants at the federal, state, tribal, borough, and city levels, and whereas these unsung heroes do the work that keeps our nation working, and whereas day in and day out, public servants provide the diverse services demanded by the American people of their government with efficiency and integrity, and whereas without these public servants at every level, continuity would be impossible in a democracy that regularly changes its leaders and elected officials. And whereas public servants deliver the promise of a government by and for the people, and whereas public servants educate our children, keep our communities safe, defend our country, deliver our mail, maintain our roads and bridges, and perform countless other services. And whereas every year since 1985, the first full week in May has been set aside as Public Service Recognition Week, a time to thank dedicated public servants from federal, state, tribal, county, and local governments across the country. Now therefore, on behalf of Beth A. Weldon, Mayor of the City and Borough of Juneau, and the City and Borough Assembly, we do hereby issue this proclamation designating the week of May 4th through 10th, 2025 as Public Service Recognition Week. I encourage all citizens to recognize the accomplishments and contributions of government employees at all levels. Thank you for your service. I'm going to go down the line and recognition. Yeah.
That concludes our special order of business, although that was a lot of fun and quite an honor to have an Emmy coming to Juneau. So that's pretty cool. Anyway, we'll go to approval of minutes. Ms. Atkinson.
All right, cool. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move the minutes for August 19th, 2024 regular assembly meeting and March 3rd, 2025 regular assembly meeting, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? See none, those minutes are approved. Next, we go to manager's request for agenda changes. Madam Manager, do you have any changes?
No.
Okay, with that, we go to public participation on non-agenda items. We have no members on Zoom that signed up to participate in non-agenda items, so we will go off our list. And I'll already, looking at the handwriting, I'll already say I apologize to anybody I screw up their names, because some of you are creative in your letter writing ability. So first we'll have Deacon Charles Rohbacher. We could probably do three. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and we only have a few of you, so you can have 3 minutes.
I'm Deacon Charles Rohbacher. I live in Douglas, but I'm here for the co-cathedral of the Nativity of the Blessed Virgin Mary, the Catholic Cathedral. And I'm here to speak about bus tokens. I'm under the impression, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, that the city is doing away with bus tokens. Is that correct? Ride tokens? If that's the case, I'm here to ask you, actually I'm here to implore you not to do away with them. This was brought to my attention by our administrative assistant at the parish office, who told me that and I know this is the case because I've handed out bus tokens as well. We have people in need who come to our door every day asking for help with getting around town. People that they're going out to the hospital, or they're going to a clinic visit, or they're going out to the job center to see if they can, apply for a job, or they're visiting somebody who's sick. Various reasons. We don't give away money. Our charitable contributions go to the Glory Hole and St. Vincent de Paul and Family Promise and Lamech and fill in the blank, but we don't give people cash, but we do give them those tokens, and that, we know that makes a big difference in their lives. Now, I know you've got other options, but those tokens we've found are indispensable for the people who come to us to be able to get around town. And because they're in need, they rely not just on us, but my guess is they rely on other churches and charities around town. And so I would urge the assembly, one, to look into this, and two, to direct the city to not to get rid of ride tokens, but to retain them as an option for people who use them every day. Thank you very much.
Any questions for the deacon? Mr. Smith?
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we have to phrase these in the form of a question, so I'm going to try to do it, and hopefully you can get that I'm leading you in this question. I'm assuming you would be happy if we did not do away with ride tokens, and if I told you now in the form of a question that we're not doing away with ride tokens, that would be a good thing, right?
If you're not doing away with ride tokens, then ignore everything I just said. But if you, but if you are doing away with ride tokens, then I would urge you to reconsider that and to restore them. That would be, does that clarify that?
Yes, and I hope you will be happy with which way we're going, question mark. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony tonight. Next, we have Karen Loffer. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Karen Loffer. I live on John Street, so that technically I think is West Juneau. I'm with Resurrection Lutheran Church, so I can say ditto to what the deacon talked about with regards to bus tokens. We give those out regularly so people can get around town. But I'm talking tonight about, I sent a letter earlier to everybody in their email. I do have copies if you don't have them. Resurrection Lutheran Church has provided for 3 years 6 classes in TV production for youth elementary school through high school, through the youth activity grants. This year we applied, as we have in the last 3 years, and we received a letter back that said that our application was not going to be considered because the wrong person signed the application, which I'm here with Brad Perkins, who is the manager and the teacher of the class, which we've done in the past. So I immediately sent a letter then to George Schaff, because that's where the letter was. He stated, asking, okay, here. And I signed, as president of the council. I then followed up on the 17th of March, asking what was the status of his, of the application, and never received anything. And then this morning, as I was following up again, I found out that Mr. Schaff is no longer with Parks and Recreation, and that Donna Pierce was now the interim. I left a message with her, but in all fairness to Ms. Pierce, today was her first day. I know she's extremely busy. She has all the information. The concern that I have is that we don't know the status of our application. And when I look at the calendar, I see that the Youth Activity Board is scheduled for next week, which may be their funding decision times. So that's why I am coming to you, and I'm still going to be working through Ms. Pierce, but I'm thinking that time might be of an essence, and I've received no information.
Any clarifying questions for Ms. Loffer? So I'll ask a quick question. So you're just making sure you didn't fall through the cracks? and not-
Exactly.
All right, thank you for that. We'll have to follow up. All right, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
So next, it looks like we have Joshua Adams.
Hello, my name is Joshua Adams. I live out in Knock Bay, and I often hang out around downtown restoring lots of local old buildings. Oh, there we go. Much better modern technology. I just wanted to talk a little about a non-agenda item, which is Telephone Hill. I read on KTOO that there's a possible buyer for the entire 4.14 acres of that entire Telephone Hill parcel as one parcel. This is an out-of-state company, and I just urge the powers that be to exercise caution when dealing with firms from out of the state of Alaska. For starters, America, the United States of America, is not the same place as it was Thursday. Ever since the so-called Liberation Day, the United States is trillions of dollars poorer. I don't know what the long-range plans of this particular firm might be, but I'm pretty sure that they're going to try to renegotiate the deal on Telephone Hill. Others have done so in Juneau in the past. Construction firms are known for negotiating before and after the sale at the expense of local taxpayers. There's a really big risk in dealing with only one entity in the sale of such a gym, a local gym. Another thing I want to remind the powers that be of is that Telephone Hill is the oldest and one of the most important historical sites in Juneau. Are we sure that we just want to entrust the redevelopment of that gym to a company that may have never seen Juneau, that is not from Alaska, that has no skin in the game, that doesn't live here in Juneau or Southeast Alaska? Are we sure as a community that a firm from Washington State is going to hold our best interest at heart? Let me suggest an alternate course of action, another strategy. Why not hire a surveyor, parcel off Telephone Hill? If we're trying to get the highest bid, we could get a much better deal instead of one buyer from 20 or 30. You can get a lot of lots out of 4 acres of land. Why not parcel it off and allow locals, citizens, to have a crack at their piece of our local history? Thank you.
Thank you. Any clarifying questions from Mr. Adams? No, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
And then we also have to pick up one, sorry, I missed it at the beginning, for For the consent agenda, we take comments on the consent agenda at this time because it's not really an agenda item because it won't be out for public hearing. So Ms. Craig, you want to come up and talk about the consent agenda item number 9?
Good evening. My name is Lori Craig, and I live out at Ock Lake. I pass this around because this was my job for 14 years at the Glacier. I was the one who stood between the bears and the crowds. And I'm very concerned that we're going to have this situation that I know you're aware of, because we have an ordinance up for introduction to provide $200,000 to hopefully help some of the federal workers that we just don't know what's going to happen with the visitor center. When tourism manager Pierce introduced this and decided that $200,000 would be adequate, it's a very different situation than it is now. Initially, what happened, to refresh everybody's memory, is everyone was fired around Valentine's Day. A lawsuit ordered people to be reinstated. A number of them decided they would accept and come back, as traumatized as they were about being told they were incompetent. And then last week, there was an issue that's still pending, and that is everyone could take what's called deferred resignation. That's what Elon Musk did with his firm, is he said, you can take some time off, we'll pay you, but you're gone. So a number of the people that I understand over the last week have made this decision. The deadline is tomorrow. So we're going to be in worse situation where $200,000 isn't going to get us very far. I wouldn't be sitting here asking you to do this if it wasn't coming from passenger fee money. This is the money that our guests pay us to offset the costs of doing business here. And I think we're probably going to need to double this money. I'm not sure how it's going to evolve, but it's happening really fast, and we don't know how many people are going to be there. As of this afternoon, 27 have accepted this and will be gone. That includes 8 people from the visitor center. It includes people in maintenance. I want to say for sure that I am not speaking for the Forest Service. I'm speaking as a former Forest Service employee. But that picture shows a lot of what we have to deal with and will be starting to deal with as of Monday, when the first ship with 4,000 people arrive. The summer is consumed with 3 main things: bears, buses, and bathrooms. And we need people who know what to do to handle all of those with grace and to maintain our reputation as a wonderful host city. So I hope you will support this when it comes up. It's really important for us all to do everything we can to make the place that you're sitting in front of as important to our guests as it is to us. Thank you.
Any clarifying questions for Ms. Craig? Thank you for your testimony tonight, and thank you for your work out at the visitor center. I have seen you there many times. So just to clarifying a couple things for the audience here. So Ms. Craig spoke on the consent agenda. Those items were just for introduction. You will see them again in about a month's time at our next assembly meeting. And then also, let's answer the question so we don't start rumors. Are we doing away with bus tokens?
Thank you. So we are doing away with the sale of bus tokens. They're no longer being manufactured, but we are keeping bus tokens for distribution to the social service agencies.
Okay, so hopefully that will help the deacon and help Mr. Smith in his wording of statements. All right, with that, we will move on with the regular agenda. So next we have the consent agenda item. Is there any public requests for consent item changes other than ordinances for introduction? Looking to the assembly, is there any assembly requests for consent agenda changes? Okay, be advised that I have to recuse myself from number 18, because of the bid of who won the bid, which was Dawson Construction, because my son works for Dawson Construction. So when I vote on the consent agenda, I will not be voting on that item. So Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that we approve the consent agenda with your recusal from item 18 and ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection?
Just a clarifying question. So you're basically you're moving to approve all items on the consent agenda?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Any objection? Seeing none, all items are approved. With that, we go to public hearing. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 2025-22B, an ordinance authorizing the manager to negotiate and execute a Tidelands lease for the purpose of waterfront commercial activities.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
This ordinance considers a lease facilitating construction of a cruise ship dock and associated uplands development at Auk Landing on the property historically known as the Subport. This ordinance forms the terms of a Tidelands lease to be granted by CBJ for the Tidelands within parcel ATS-3 and any additional requested Tidelands under the city's control. Accompanying Resolution 3098 authorizes the manager to apply for a state Tidelands under 3805825. This project was reviewed by the Visitor Industry Task Force and the CBJ Planning Commission. The Lands, Housing, and Economic Development Committee received an update on this matter and took public testimony at its February 25th, 2025 meeting. The Assembly Committee of the Whole considered this ordinance and its companion Resolution 3098 at its February 25th, 2025 meeting and forwarded it to the Assembly for introduction and referral back to the Assembly Committee of the Whole. The Committee of the Whole considered this ordinance again on March 17th, 2025 and forwarded it to the Assembly for public hearing with amendments. I recommend the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. We do have several members of the public signed up for this ordinance. First, we'll have Lisa Worrell. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and we'll stay with the same. You have 3 minutes.
Lillian Worrell, Mendenhall Valley. Hear me okay? Okay. Honorable Mayor Weldon and Juneau Assembly members, Gunishchishat Yedi, Hunyech Aya Asai, Gleka Hena, Lillian Lisa Worrell, Yuchat Doasak. My name is Hunyech. My English name is Lillian or Lisa Worrell. My matrilineal ancestors are from, and I lived in Hoon, Alaska. I grew up in Juneau, graduated from JDHS, and raised my children in Juneau. I am also a board member of Hoonah Totem Corporation. For the past years, months, and tonight, you'll likely hear both concerns and benefits of Auk Landing. As a lifelong Juneau resident, my family and I are aware of the balancing act our community deals with regarding the economic opportunities of tourism with the quality of life concerns of our citizens that come from hosting more than 1 million visitors every summer. The extensive and years-long approval process has afforded our community the opportunity to evaluate the pros and cons of developing a new cruise ship facility. Hoonah Totem made the time and effort to educate and engage the community, answer questions, and resolve many concerns brought forth. In this education process, we learned that the Auk Landing project itself will not increase the number of cruise ship visitors, but the facility will enhance the infrastructure and improve our capacity to manage the summer workload. More importantly, the new facility will provide an authentic experience, an opportunity for visitors and locals to learn about Tlingit culture, art, and history from the people of Tlingit Ani. Hoonah Totem's $200 million private investment will provide jobs in both the construction phase and year-round operations, including the new cultural center, reduce traffic congestion by spreading the volume of buses away from the core downtown area, and by providing an additional 100 covered parking spots. extend and connect the Seawalk corridor, and expand Juneau's cultural and art opportunities with the raising of at least 2 kutia and the addition of a permanent glass art exhibit by the world-renowned Tlingit artist Preston Singletary. My place of employment is located near the whale sculpture, so I use the Seawalk on a regular basis. I always see families with children, runners, pet owners, and other Juneauites using our waterfront walkway year-round. I appreciate the serenity that our hometown offers. The last point I'd like to make with you comes from me as both a Huna Totem board member and shareholder. Huna Totem Corporation, board members, staff, and hundreds of shareholders, and there's just a bit left.
I can't allow you, Ms. Worrell, I can't allow you to go a little bit further. You can say one more sentence to wrap it up, and then we need to move on.
Okay, so I'll share this last sentence then. When you are a part of the community, you tend to do business differently as you too want to maintain and even improve your access to jobs, arts, and culture, and you understand and appreciate the value of your dollars remaining in your community. I will submit my letter for your record.
Thank
in
you.
full.
I was just going to ask you to do that.
There's really like
Any
3
questions for Ms. Worrell? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony tonight.
Guneshish.
Next, we have Mike Heckers. Mr. Heckers, please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, hi, Mike Heckers. I live downtown and I work in tourism and I really love guiding, but I think the tourism volume has just gotten too much. So just a little math lesson here. So we've limited the visitors to 16,000 per day, and we've already got 4 docks, and the ships are trending towards 4,000 people on the big ships. So for instance, on May 13th, the 2 large Norwegian ships and the Princess ship equal over 11,000 passengers. So that leaves the Westerdam and the Celebrity Summit to split the other 5,000 passengers. So with the trend that it is, we're going to see 4,000 passengers on all the big ships, and we're going to get that. We could do that just with our 4 docks as is. So also just want to point out that the 5th dock was never a part of the long-term waterfront plan. Yeah, plans change, but we shouldn't really be bullied by big industry. We should stick to our plan. And I'm really happy that we have agreements with CLIA, but the industry isn't afraid of working around those agreements, as we saw with the Royal Caribbean and Gold Belt working together to plan docks in the backside of Douglas. And remember, this just came a few weeks after the municipal election. So I really like the plan that is out there. If we could get rid of 1 dock and get this new one, that would be a great thing, but 5 docks is too many. Please vote no on the Tideland lease. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Heckers? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony tonight. Next, we have Bill, sorry, Bill, I always screw up your last name. Leoty, I think, Lighty? It's one of those. Please state your name and area of town you live in the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Bill Leedy,
Leedy.
downtown. I apologize for inflicting upon you yesterday a very large email with attachments. This is a very complex situation, and the conditions that you can apply to this lease, should you choose to authorize the staff to begin the process of lease negotiations, could be a turning point for the industry, an opportunity to redesign the visitor industry, to return to an operating point of price, demand, volume, and the number of people that we are serving here to really enhance the visitor and the local resident experience for the whole community. So I have reduced all those pages to a single page, if you pass those down, please, with the 4 conditions that I asked for. And I've added a 5th one, which will complicate things considerably. That is that to apply, at least condition the value, the price that we're charging for the use of the tidelands large enough so that we can establish a fund for those resources to implement changes to the fossil fuel burning of the ships themselves and the shore excursion assets, the vehicles, air, ground, and marine vehicles. This would be an opportunity for us to reduce the fossil fuel consumption of the industry. We know it's very fossil fuel intensive, and help us to encourage the Green Corridor project that the cruise ship industry has decided to undertake on their responsibility to reduce that carbon footprint. So thank you for considering these. If you choose to adopt or consider these, this is a very complicated process. I don't see how you could adopt the ordinance as it is without warning people that conditions must follow or contemplating those conditions, a very complicated process before you then vote to approve or disapprove the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Levy? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony tonight. Next, we have Joan Wilkerson. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Joan Wilkerson, and I live at 800 F Street at the Park Shore Condominiums, which is the only and largest residence located near the proposed permit site. We have 90 units there. They are all filled. So it can be anywhere from 150 to 170 people who live there. And yet we were not contacted and invited to have specific input into the Planning Commission process for this project. So I would like to take this opportunity to explain why we're concerned about it. One, air emissions, as the previous speaker pointed out, it's very fossil fuel intensive. We live right across the street. All summer long, the ships who are tied up because they do not have shoreside electrical power use generators while they're tied up the entire time. The present plan to install yet another ship even closer to where we live means that that pollution is even closer to where we live. All summer long, we have windows open because nobody in Juneau that I know of has air conditioning, so we're breathing that air. So adding yet another ship, pumping more poison into the air right under our windows is not welcome. The other issue is until there is shoreside power, until we have a firm commitment from AEL&P or whatever company would provide it, that they will provide it, it is premature to grant this permit. The same is true of telecommunications. We lose cable coverage in telecommunications during the summer when we have a bunch of ships in the channel because there's just so many people who come in who are using their mobile phones. So that's another issue. Noise is another issue. Traffic congestion is another issue. There is no way to broaden Egan Drive to accommodate yet another place and another shipload of people coming in and out. It's premature to do this. I wrote you a letter yesterday. I emailed it to you. I hope you had the chance to read it. I just said, could you please just put this permit on pause? There's so many things changing right now in our economy, in our country, on a national and an international basis. Could we please just postpone this? Because if you grant the permit and work begins, and for whatever reason it cannot continue, then we're stuck with a partially completed project. And that's inappropriate. It's not well thought out. Tourism pollution is a real thing. And so many countries are turning tourists away. We don't want Juneau to be like that. We don't want that kind of response to tourists. Please think before you vote and vote against this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Wilkerson? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Thank you. So I'm guessing. Next, could we have James McCants, sorry. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. James McCants, live over at Douglas Harbor. Look, this is kind of a self-determination. So Alaska Native Settlement Agreement, saying that wrong, was a way in which to give, in a way, economic sovereignty to the Alaskan Native group. So, you know, just as we have land acknowledgements, I just think we should have a self-determination acknowledgement of the economic future of the Alaskan corporations. So for that reason, I am in support of the Hunan Totem. I mean, obviously they did great things with IC Strait, and I already managed that. My other real concerns is kind of the second, third order effects of that. So one is, I'm assuming there might be less ships, for example, at CT Dock that will now be at the new one. So what's going to happen is, for example, we have our vendor booths there selling tickets because there's certain companies that do have glacier tickets that aren't directly tied with the cruise ships. So as we move those ships to this new private dock, how's it going to lessen city's revenue for those booths? And then where we're going to get the opportunity to have those businesses be able to be closer to that new dock to provide the services, because if we don't, in the businesses I am in, is putting more pressure on Capital Transit. Someone said earlier about the tokens. So if that does happen, I'm in support. But one thing we need to look at is we do have that new system for Capital Transit for the online payments through Token Transit. I do say this as a business owner as well, is allowing for the ticketing API through Token Transit, as well as the bulk purchase API for a private company, whether it's myself or another one, to be able to have a way in which we can advertise better that Capital Transit option. I know we don't want them, I get that, but there has to be a more effective management of how you get that information out there. So whether it's my business or another one, managing that app in a better way. Also the Downtown Transit Center, obviously that's up for bid right now. And then further support for a variance over at Dredge Lake to help facilitate those that do take that Capital Transit option. Again, because by moving that dock and taking that ship away, again, not giving the opportunity for those private businesses to make those sales, those passengers are going to want to get it to that glacier in one way or the other, and I just see there's going to be more pressure on Capital Transit. So again, to supporting the variance at Dredge Lake to transition that to a transit stop, which is in the city code. Again, using that app to better manage that. And again, those tour operators who do have those glacier tickets to the Forest Service, getting them closer to provide them the opportunity to sell those tickets. Because if not, they're just going to move over to Capital Transit. We do have that $1 million this year to provide the every 15-minute service at the Downtown Transit Center. So sticking with that, I do support the new dock, but those are reasons that we need to change to make sure it works out well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. McCants? Thank you for your testimony tonight. Next, we have Carrie Crocker.
Good evening, Kerry Crocker. I'm a downtown resident. I live on Calhoun Avenue. I also have the honor of serving as the Southeast representative for the International Longshore and Warehouse Union. I'm here tonight to show my support to the Occoquan Landing project. This is a big win for Juneau. I spend about 2,000 hours a summer downtown. I'm the dock foreman for all 4 docks, and we service all the ships that are over 1,000 feet, all the foreign flag ships. I could assure you that the downtown congestion will definitely be dissipated with the new dock. But what I really want to focus on is the 40 hardworking men and women that are longshoremen in Juneau. These jobs provide year-round insurance, health care, and pension. And when I say pension, I don't mean 401k, an actual pension. It's a huge benefit for working families, and it provides the financial safety that helps people stay here and live here. So when I say this project is
Mr. Crocker, yeah.
It's not about the ships. For us, it's about having the work opportunities to provide people with a living wage in Juneau. And that's what keeps families here.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Crocker? Thank you for your testimony tonight. Next, we have Alicia Phillips. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Alicia Phillips. I live in West Juneau. Good evening. I am the division manager for Alaska Coast Shores here in Juneau, and I'm here tonight to express my strong support for the Huna Totem dock project at Dock Landing. As someone who works closely with daily dock operations, I can see from firsthand experience that Juneau is long overdue for a forward-thinking solution to address our growing congestion issues. Dock Landing offers a smart, strategic approach that would significantly reduce pressure on South Franklin Street by dispersing passengers away from the downtown core. Eliminating the need for tendering from ships at anchor will greatly streamline motor coach operations, reducing unnecessary vehicle trips and wait times for limited parking. Importantly, this project falls within the established cruise ship limits set by the city and borough of Juneau and does not increase overall passenger volume. This project is more than just a dock. It's a thoughtful investment in the long-term sustainability, safety, quality of life in our community. I respectfully urge your support. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Phillips? Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Carla Hart. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Carla Hart. I live in the Valley. I'm here tonight to talk to you about the overall picture of capacity for cruise ship in Juneau. We haven't had that discussion yet. Everything has been about amending the waterfront plan, about the specific conditions of a permit with the conditional use permit, and then about the specific conditions of the lease. Assemblymember Hugh Scandies brought up at the committee of the whole meeting a week or two ago that was something that you had never had, and it was acknowledged by Assemblymember Smith, but we still haven't heard the discussion of do we want more capacity. The Visitor Industry Task Force said that they could allow a 5th dock in Juneau at the subport location under conditions. One of those conditions was that the dock had shore power, which NCL, who started this process, promised that it would have. You know, we should all know, that there is going to be no shore power at that dock for a long time unless you condition the use of that dock upon figuring out how to have shore power. As someone from the Park Shore condominium said, they're going to get hit with a ton of pollution, harmful pollution that causes real health problems and deaths. And we never even considered it because the Planning Commission process didn't even let those residents know that this was happening at the meeting. In the very valuable Visitor Industry Task Force report on the mayor's charge regarding the persistent idea of a restriction on the number of visitors, number 1 says limit by infrastructure. Whether or not to lease Tidelands for a new dock or docks to accommodate larger ships is the most pressing capacity question that Juneau will face in the foreseeable future. The CDJ Assembly should spend a significant amount of time studying this issue. A new dock may or may not supplant the existing anchoring and lightering and may or may not result in significant ship visitation growth. However, that analysis is greatly oversimplified. You all have never made that analysis, or if you have, it has all been in private because I've been watching closely. You don't truly know what this is going to do. This is going to allow larger ships, which will allow the capacity in Juneau to increase. I am resigned to the fact that I expect you all will accept this lease. I urge you to amend the lease to write in that they will comply with any cruise limits that are set in the future by CBJ and that they will not sue the city for any limits that we have. Since you've put the dock before the plan, you should at least let them know that we have the right to set limits. As you all probably know, I introduced a ballot initiative today that would set hard limits, and I hope that it passes. And if it does, I hope that we don't set the stage for a lawsuit against us when you could have fixed it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Kelly?
Ms. Hart?
I'm always out of here. Nobody has questions.
Well, it actually pertains to one of the last things that you were mentioning. You were mentioning specifically an amendment about limits and respecting that. And I was just wondering if a couple weeks ago during that committee of the whole meeting, if you.
I'm having a really hard time. I think you're talking halfway to, I can't understand the words you're saying.
Oh.
Can you talk straight into the mic, please?
Is this any better? Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. One of the last things that you mentioned during your testimony was you were talking about limits and about some sort of amendment that would ensure that they are respected. I was wondering, you said you've been following a lot of our processes, what you possibly thought about the amendment that we passed at the last committee of the whole that would basically kind of obligate them to attend our planning meetings with the idea that they would be respecting our 5-ship limit.
The memorandums of understanding have no legal authority. I think that I heard the city attorney tell you all that at a meeting some time ago. Until and unless we enact something into law, all that needs to be done at those meetings is a wink, wink, nod, nod, and we adjust the limits. It's very easily done, and they don't even need to wink, wink, nod, nod. They can just do what they want because they have no standing in law. Asking them to attend a meeting and talk to us isn't respecting the community and the community's longstanding desire for less cruise ship passengers in Juneau. For decades, we've been saying we survived this, but don't give us any more, give us less. And the next year we have more. So I think that it would be best, and I don't have the wording, I'm not an attorney, but to put in an amendment that says the city and borough of Juneau may enact limits on cruise ships, passenger numbers, times of operation, and that those will be binding and that the leaseholder has no right to sue over it.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Thank you, Ms. Hart. Next, we have Chris Gilberto. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Chris Gilberto. I'm actually a resident of Bellingham. I'm here representing my team that works for Dawson Construction. Obviously, they live, work, and play here in Juneau, and I'm here to show my support for Huna Totem and Dock Landing project. And there's been a number of reasons why I want to show my support, but the biggest one is employment opportunities that are taking place. You know, we've all been reading how the population is on the decline for Juneau. And one of the things that we know we need to do to achieve stability here is bringing our youth back into the communities and giving them the opportunities to build family and then have a future generation for those to come forward and to have that stability. And in order to do that, I really believe that we need to have good paying jobs available for them. I'm in the construction industry and they do offer great paying jobs, but as of late, we've been seeing a big shift. There's not a lot of public work that we're seeing coming out over the last few years. It's been reduced greatly from the feds down to the municipality. In the construction industry, you've been leaning heavily against the private market sector. If it weren't for the private market sector, we probably wouldn't have much going on for our tradesmen, our craftsmen. A lot of them have been relocating outside of Juneau just to be able to maintain employment. And I don't know how familiar you are with craftsmen and workforce inside the construction industry, but those that do the work, they follow the work. They go where the work is at. And if we don't have the work and the opportunities here in Juneau, we're going to find these tradesmen moving outside of Juneau, and there's a potential that they won't come back. just to kind of stress my point, the AGC just had a letter out today or in their magazine that through the first quarter, bids and the number of bids are down 33% within the first quarter. The dollar value of those projects are also down 39%. We're sitting here on an opportunity to have a great project that's going to provide 80+ jobs during construction, 20 year-round jobs, and 90 seasonal jobs. It's not that this project's important to the craftsmen, the workforce that's here in local to Juneau, but also the community. If we want to be able to stabilize, our population, provide opportunity for the future generations to come, we need something that's going to allow them to come back, see that Juneau is thriving, and then having those opportunities. So that's where I'm here today to ask you for a vote in favor for Huna Totem and the Dock Landing project. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Gilberto? Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Wayne Coogan. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Wayne Coogan, Oak Bay. Is that better? Okay. I'm not in outer space anymore. So, I want to urge you to take heed to the manager's recommendation to pass this ordinance. And I want to lay down a few reasons why. So, as I spoke on this before, the construction industry is kind of unique, and the investment development industry is right along with it, in that it is very weather sensitive, seasonal sensitive industry. And every day that goes by in a process like this increases the cost and risk dramatically downstream on any project. And so I would say that if we look at this thing, this applicant here, I believe he's gone through, this applicant, Huna Totem, it appears that they've gone through more or less of a gauntlet of approval process. And what I'm hearing up here tonight is a lot of regurgitation of what's occurred in the gauntlet already. So I would urge you folks, if there's any trepidation or hesitation in approving this project, that you try and strike that from your heart and say, it's time, because every day that goes by increases the risk and the cost to the applicant. And at some point, we have to say, it's simply not fair. And I thank you for the time.
Any questions for Mr. Coogan? Thank you for your testimony. Is there any other member of the audience who wish to speak to this topic? Come on up, young lady. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record.
Thank you. Good evening, my name is Bianca Carpinetti, and I'm here to share the support of the Central Council Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska for the Huna Totem project. President Richard Peterson spoke in favor at the February 25th Assembly meeting, to which I'll add the following comments. Tlingit and Haida is the largest federally and state recognized tribe in Alaska, with over 37,000 enrolled tribal citizens across the state, nation, and world. We are a regional tribe representing Southeast Alaska. Tlingit and Haida people have lived and thrived in what is now known as Southeast Alaska since time immemorial. These cultures are grounded in values of respect for all living things and their environment, and living in balance between the two. At Tlingit and Haida, when we think about return on investment, we consider impacts beyond just financial gains, such as promoting economic development. Tribal communities often face higher unemployment rates and lower income levels. Investment in infrastructure, education, and job training can stimulate economic growth in these areas. Next, we consider preserving culture and heritage. Many tribal communities have unique cultures and languages, and investing in these communities helps preserve their cultural heritage by supporting tribal language programs, cultural centers, and traditional practices. And finally, economic benefits for all. When tribal communities thrive, it can have a positive ripple effect on the broader regional economy. Investments create jobs and generate this needed economic activity. Investments, like Huna Totem's project, are not only a matter of social justice, but also a strategic move for fostering economic development, cultural preservation, and the well-being of all citizens. These can lead to more equitable and prosperous societies while respecting the unique identities and histories of tribal citizens. Gurashchish Hau'a for the opportunity to share Tlingit and Haida support for Huna Totems project. Thank you.
Any questions? So we have you state your name one more time.
Sorry, Bianca Carpinetti, and I'm a resident of downtown Juneau.
Mr. Bergstrom? And then the gentleman in the back. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Frank Bergstrom, Fred Meyer. Pleasure to be with you. The last hearing we had back in February, I was the last person to talk, and so here I am again. This is sort of fortuitous. I get the last word. Let me repeat what I said before, which is that I absolutely, totally, completely, and unequivocally support this project and hope that you will approve this ordinance. Excuse me. With that, are we done?
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Bergstrom? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, and we do have one more gentleman.
My name is David Job. I live at 160 Barons. There. Well, sorry Frank didn't get the last word, but
that's all right.
Anyway, I'm rising against. I'd like to go against having another dock downtown because I live downtown. I use it all the time. If it does happen, I think having it tied into shore power would be a very important addition to the dock. If it happens, it's something that we do smell. Since we live right above the high school, we do personally have the effects of the pollution. And so if you could make that a requirement, I would like that. Like to encourage that. Anything else?
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Job? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Okay, last call.
Thank you.
All right, this will close public testimony, and we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. So we'll be back in 5. everybody for coming back so quickly. So next we will go to the assembly and we will start, see if there's any questions before we go into a motion or amendments or anything like that. Any questions that we have? Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions. One of them I think would probably be for, I think I saw Ms. Spell in the audience. It's just.
This is questions to the staff.
Oh, okay.
We've already had public testimony.
All right. Well, okay, I did have a question, or a couple of questions I guess I'll ask to the staff. I guess, Matt, I guess I'll take this to whoever feels they can answer it best. But Madam Manager or whoever, would you have any estimates on how long it might take for what sort of timelines you might have for getting shore power installed at the dock?
Madam Manager.
So I do know that Visitor Industry Director Pierce is listening online from 4 hours ahead. So if you could pull her over just so that she's available for answering any of these questions. But I don't have a firm timeline for when a ship would be able to plug into power. Of course, the lease sets a term for when shore power has to be operational. When it's within, I think it's 25 feet of the property line. It's the question of how long it would take to get connectivity to that point that's more difficult to answer.
Thank you.
So hello, Ms. Pierce, on East Coast time. Did you get the question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I got the question, but it took me a moment to rejoin as a panelist, so I missed most of Manager Kester's answer.
Go ahead, Madam Manager.
No, this will be a test. Now she can answer it and you'll, sorry. Director Pierce, Assemblymember Kelly asked about a timeline for shore power, and my response was, I don't have a timeline for when the ship will be, a ship docked there will be able to plug into shore power, though the lease does specify a timeline for when shore power is. I believe it's within 25 feet of the property line. Maybe you can confirm that.
Ms. Pierce, or Director Pierce.
Thank you, Madam Manager, Madam Mayor, through the chair. Yes, that's correct. The lease as currently written includes the Planning Commission's recommendation with an adequately sized line within 25 feet. It needs to be plugged in within 2 years. Additional to that, of course, CBJ is in design for its own shore power, and docks and harbors and Huna Totem are both in discussions with AEL&P. It sounds like those discussions are coordinated now. I don't have a timeline. These are complex, long lead time projects, but that conversation and coordination is taking place currently.
Thank you, Director Pierce. Is your question answered, Mr. Kelly?
I had difficulty hearing.
I'll paraphrase then. Within the lease, there is they have to have adequate conduit or whatever it is to 25 feet of the property, but AEL&P also has to have something, and we're talking to them, and Huna Totem is talking with AEL&P. That in a nutshell. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Wall.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. My question's for the attorney. You know, as I've been working my way through this decision, I'm certainly doing that in the context of our current limits that we've negotiated on ships and number of passengers, and certainly a very different situation when we started working on this topic 5 years ago. We didn't have those limits in place. Now we do, but I think Ms. Hart did a good job of kind of speaking to, I know, some of my fears and other fears that about the future, and what happens if the industry, chooses not to enter into those negotiations with us in the future? This body unanimously supported those limits. I think if we could legally set those limits, we would. The reason we haven't is because we know that we would likely end up in a lawsuit. And so, her suggestion was, can we get Huna Totem to sign a lease that would say they would not sue us if we were to pursue that in the future? I'm pretty sure people can sue us at any time for anything they want. I think we're working on a relationship with Huna Totem, so I would hope that wouldn't be the case. But, I would assume that we could not include something like that given how fraught the legal landscape is about setting limits and kind of why we have chosen the tactics that we have. So I'm sorry, Ms. Wright, for putting you on the spot with that question, but whatever you can provide would be helpful.
Certainly. And I'll make sure there's a big echo for me, so I apologize. In general, you cannot contract to not sue. So we would not negotiate saying that they couldn't sue us. We would negotiate items and go back and forth, and we can create that relationship, but I would never recommend any term which would limit anybody's right to sue either direction.
I'll take a follow-up on that one as well. So can we turn it around and say, we asked Huna Totem to honor the agreements that we have made, the MOA agreements we have made?
Absolutely, you could do that. You certainly, and they do have a place at the table. You can ask them to honor the agreements. As Ms. Hart indicated, there is a petition that was filed today. If it gets enough signatures, it would be on the ballot in October. If the law of the city and borough changes and those limits become the law, they are bound by them, just like anyone else.
Okay, thank you. Good question as well. Any other questions? Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. And I think we're making good use of our city attorney this evening, because my next question I think best goes to her. It more also kind of pertains to also to Ms. Hart's testimony and to Ms. Hughes-Gandy's amendments that came through at the last committee of the whole. I'm wondering what sort of leverage that might give us in controlling scheduling and helping to maintain the 5-ship limit.
Who's going to take that one?
I can take that one, and let me just clarify which specific amendment are you referring to?
I'm referring to Amendment 7. On today's packet, page 185.
So the role of this one would be a term and condition that that has that collaboration with the 5-ship limit as well as the passenger limits, and they would participate in the annual scheduling. So this amendment itself just directs the manager to include that as part of the negotiation, as part of the lease terms. It's not a whereas clause, so it is a required term that they participate in those conversations. Participation in the conversation in the scheduling meeting doesn't dictate what that scheduling will actually look like, but they would be at the table and they have agreed. I think they gave feedback last time saying that they were in agreement on this one, that they would come to the table, they would participate, they understand their role in that process.
Thank you.
Any follow-up, Mr. Kelly? Any further questions? Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, and I believe I know the answer to this one, but it did come up in public testimony from Ms. Wilkerson. So I just wanted to make sure this question got answered for her, because I think she mentioned a concern of what would happen if some of the structures went up but the project wasn't completed. Would someone be able to, from staff, be able to answer who would be responsible as the ordinance stands now, should that occur on removing those structures?
Madam
I'll take
Attorney.
that one. So Huna Totem is responsible for the construction on their uplands and the tidelands. If something happened mid-project and let's say a building was halfway done, that building could sit there for a decent amount of time. Community development has the building inspector, and we would look for health and safety issues. Certainly, we have buildings that are partially under construction, and there may be a pause due to financing. But if something becomes a health or safety issue, they might be removed. Huna Totem would be responsible for that 100%.
Thank you.
Further questions? Mr. Kelly? All right. Mr. Bryson, will you move
Madam
us
Mayor.
and then we'll take comments?
Madam Mayor, I move that the Assembly adopt ordinance 2025-22B, an ordinance authorizing the manager to negotiate and execute a tideland lease for the purpose of waterfront commercial activities. I'm just going to make the motion, Madam Mayor.
Wise man. All right, we've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Ms. Atkinson?
I am objecting for purpose of offering an amendment, Madam Mayor. It should be on everyone's desk. This amendment, can I speak to this amendment, Madam Mayor? Can I speak to it?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. This amendment would add a new whereas clause. When we spoke about the amendment that limited the ship sizes that could be at the new Huna Totem dock to 4,400 lower berth capacity, we did talk about the Assembly's overall intent to also comply with those limits with our city docks. So this would add in whereas clause. It says, whereas the Assembly intends to apply similar lower berth capacity limitations to our own docks as required of Huna Totem. It's my understanding that perhaps other members were planning on introducing a resolution that would do this, but I wanted to offer the Assembly an option to tie it directly to said clause in the lease, so we can move forward with either one, but I wanted to give the Assembly the option.
Okay, we're going to call this amendment number 1. Is there any objection to amendment number 1? Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Atkinson, for bringing this in front of us tonight. I had spoke with Ms. Atkinson ahead of time. I fully support the intention behind this. I do want to make clear one of the concerns that we had heard when the amendment to limit them to that lower berth capacity passed was that it was hypocritical, and if Juneau was not, the city was not applying that to their own docks. I do think that that is something I would like to see. I would like to see the city apply that same limit to their own docks, and I believe that there would be will on this Assembly to apply that. I just think a cleaner mechanism is to apply that directly to us through a different legislative process than putting it in somebody else's lease. So for that reason, I'm objecting.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes Candies. Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Objecting for the purpose of the question. The term applies similar lower berth capacity limitations. Does that mean exactly the same, or plus or minus, or what does that mean?
Madam Attorney?
I will give you a lawyer answer. It depends. So I would actually turn to the maker of the motion. The term similar would not be the exact same number. It would need to be.
I have an amendment to my amendment to remove similar.
What's your intent, Ms. Atkinson?
My intent was to comply with the same lower berth capacity limitations as applied to Huna Totem.
Mr. Bryson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to support this. While Ms. Hughes Candies did rock my brain a little bit, I wanted to talk about maybe a resolution so that it's applicable to all 4 other docks. Having it in the lease, I don't think would harm anything, so I'm going to go ahead and support this. Thank you.
Ms. Wall?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate the intent here. My read of this is not that we are adding anything to the lease. We are just adding a whereas clause. Maybe somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, but in that case, I feel like this is a fine whereas clause, and it does not mean we can't take more formal action in another form. So I'll support this unless somebody corrects me and I'm wrong about that.
Thank you, Ms. Wall. I'm looking at the attorney, is the whereas clause going to be in the negotiated lease?
Thank you. No, Ms. Wall is correct.
Thank you, Ms. Wall. Thank you, Ms. Right, sorry. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A question for staff. If this were to be adopted, what is like the practical impact of it? Would we then not allow vessels with a lower berth capacity of over 4,400, whatever, to dock at our docks?
Correct. I think that Director Pierce can give you some detail on like what the limit, the lower berth limit in the ordinance before you would have, for example, on the 2026 schedule.
Director Pierce.
Thank you, and I hope you can hear me better. I've put headphones in and I am projecting, so I apologize to my hotel next door neighbor if they can hear me. I don't believe this would impact the 2026 schedule. We don't have, and I'm just making sure, yeah, we don't have ships currently over that capacity, so this would be an issue for future scheduling years. And since we're on the topic of scheduling, I just wanted to provide a little bit of clarity to the scheduling process and the scheduling meeting. We do in the scheduling process use our docks as a tool. We did it for 2026 to eliminate hot berthing and stay under our limits. We spent a lot of time working with the cruise lines and also the Sitka to ensure that we were staying under Sitka's limits as well, as we had to tell some large ships that they couldn't come on certain days. So that's kind of the way that happens. It's not like one big meeting where everybody gets together. It's more of a series of discussions, which I would fully expect Huna Totem to be a part of. We schedule for the entire port, but we know that our docks are the thing that we can control. So they're the thing that we kind of use to flex. Right now, with the ships that we have in the market, it wouldn't really change anything for our docks, but certainly if bigger ships were in the market in the future, we would have those limits on our dock. If this passed it, they would be on the Huna Totem dock as well, and that would kind of relegate the large ships to the two other private docks. If a ship that size entered the Alaska market, and there is not one now.
Thank you, Ms. Pierce. Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will withdraw my objection. I thought I was channeling Ms. Wall with my picky processness, but seeing that it is a non-binding whereas, I appreciate the sentiment.
Okay, we will go back to amendment number 1. Is there any objection? Seeing none, amendment 1 passes. And we're back to the motion as amended. Any objections? Mr. Steininger.
I'll object for the purpose of making an amendment.
Go ahead.
So my amendment, sorry, not as formal, don't have it written on a sheet for everybody, but in section 2, subsection F, where we do set the lower berth capacity at 4,400, I would suggest amending, I'll move to amend that to be 4,500 passengers. And if I could speak to my amendment.
Go ahead.
So I fully understand the intent of, setting a capacity limit on the number of passengers coming into the dock. It's an important tool as we look at, how to manage the port as a whole. And I really appreciate the, previous amendment to bring us in line with that. The reason I'm suggesting the increase to 4,500 is Hunatotum came forward after our actions at the Committee of the Whole, and, in evaluating the terms that we had discussed, found that an amendment to 4,500 would remove a conflict with one of the partners that they're working with in terms of setting a schedule for their dock for the, basically setting the ability to operate the dock in the future. With the current plans that they have, there's a ship that is slightly over 4,400 in lower berth capacity that they are working with the cruise line to bring in to that dock. And so in the interest of trying to make sure that these terms work within their immediate plans for the use of the dock, I think it'd be prudent to increase the limit.
So we have heard the amendment. Are there any objections to the amendment? Ms. Hughes Candies?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question for Director Pierce. I believe, I just want to clarify that I understood you. You just stated that there were no ships currently in the Juneau market above the 4,400 lower berth. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, that is correct. Not currently, no.
Thank you for that. Maintain my objection, and I'll speak to it if no one else has anything, but I'll hold if people have questions.
Go ahead and speak to your objection, and then we'll see if anybody else has one.
Sure. Thank you.
Or wants to speak to the motion.
The amendment?
Yeah, the amendment.
I'll,
Number 2.
Sorry. So I'll speak briefly to this objection. I appreciate the clarification of the desire why to get it up. In some ways, it sounds like such a minimal adjustment that it seems like what's the harm in doing that, which is why I wanted to clarify with Director Pierce. I believe, but the mayor could speak more to her own intention for this was her amendment, and when this passed, is to some extent that number was strategically chosen because we don't have those ships in Juneau, and it's another sort of response to, do we want to welcome increasingly larger ships into the market? And I believe the sentiment was no. And so while it seems like a arbitrary, very small difference between those two numbers, it's actually, a difference between, do we want the large ships, quote unquote, that we have in port now to be that upper limit, or do we want to start opening up? There are many other companies in the worldwide cruise market that don't come to Juneau. And so do we want to diversify what we have in Juneau and start bringing in the really mega ships or extra large? And I would say no. I believe my understanding when the mayor proposed that amendment was the 4,400 was chosen fairly strategically, and for that reason, I'll maintain.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll support the amendment. I didn't support the originating amendment. They put this number in. And I guess the principle I look back on and we hear about is right ship, right dock. By doing these limits, we then are kind of tying our hands or binding those things. So this is better than before. Again, I didn't agree with us putting it in the first place because I think we lose that flexibility of putting the right ship in the right dock. But it's better than it was before, so I'll move forward with progress. Thank you.
Amendment number 2, any more objections or anybody want to speak to it? Seeing none, we'll call the question. So amendment number 2, increasing the 4,400 to 4,500. Madam Clerk, will you call roll?
Mr. Steininger? Mr. Bryson? Ms. Hughes Candies?
No.
Ms. Atkinson?
No.
Ms. Wool?
No.
Mr. Kelly?
No.
Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Smith?
Yes.
Mayor Weldon?
Yes.
Motion passes 5 yeas, 4 nays.
Okay, we are back to the motion as amended. Any further, any objection? Mr. Kelly?
Thank you. I think I have another question for Ms. Pierce. I had voted for Amendment 7 under the impression that it would give us a little bit of leverage in helping us to enforce the 5-ship cruise limit. What I'm hearing so far is that that might not necessarily be the case, that they'd be attending meetings and we'd be where we'd scheduling meetings, basically. I'm wondering if it would be possible for us to require as a term of the lease that we could have approval of the schedule or some sort of similar mechanism to that.
Let's take a 2-minute at ease and please go talk to the attorney and make your amendment more clear because it's confusing. Back in session, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to get some clarification from the manager. It seems like my concern is already cared for in that we do have the chance, the manager's office does have the chance to get approval of the schedule in advance. That was what I wanted to care for. She also mentioned that we could also control things by reducing ships that come to our docks. So with that, I have no intention to offer another amendment.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kelly. So we are back to the main motion as amended. Any objection? Mr. Smith?
Madam Mayor, thank you. This is obviously, we've gotten a lot of email, there's been a lot of, anyway, this is a big item in our community. I just want to take just a moment to speak, I guess, to kind of some of the rationale behind it. I mean, we're voting on it now, but there's been a long process before us. We all know and understand that tourism is a point of tension in our community. And the Assembly has done things to try to work on that. We have a 5-ship limit, we have daily limits, there's TBMP, we've made investments in infrastructure, transit, they can't drop certain things off at the dump. They slow down in the channel, we're looking at a revolving loan fund to make some improvements on other things. Anyway, we are working, obviously a lot more to be done. With or without this dock, we will still have 5 ships in town. What this dock brings, from my perspective, is it is a $200 million project, jobs, development in a time when the economy is uncertain. It disperses traffic, land and at sea. It reduces emissions, even if they're not plugged in, because those ships are burning fuel to stay positioned in the, where they are. They're not just swinging on an anchor. We have a cultural center. And also, again, this has been a long thing, but it does good things. The Planning Commission has looked at it and done a number of things too, with uplands, the Seawalk, a navigation study. There's been a lot of work on this. To me, this is not the vote, or this is not the question on what is the future of tourism, and that is still undecided and unknown. This is, should we have should we allow a 5th dock and the benefits that it brings? And in my opinion, it is worth supporting. So I will be supporting it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Just to ease things up, to speed things up, I think we'll just go down the assembly, and you don't have to say if you're voting for it or against it. I'm just going to give everybody a chance to get everything off their chest. I think that will be a quicker way to do it than everybody talking back and forth and back and forth. So, Mr. Bryson, do you have anything to add?
Not this time, Madam Mayor.
Ms. Hughes Candies, do you have anything to add?
I do, thank you, Madam Mayor. I was thinking about this all day today and looking back in history a little bit, so I'll try to keep my comments concise, but I also want to represent that this has been a 6-year hanging over the town decision. In addition to the 9 assembly members sitting here tonight, there were additional 6 other assembly members who touched this at some point in the process. So you're talking about 15 policymakers pushing things back and forth along the way. There's a couple of points I want to make. We looked at the conditions of this dock with the VIDIF, and there were a couple of things that we approved with this. The VIDIF was assembled in 2019 largely because of the purchase of this land, and also because it was an overwhelming cruise season for our residents, and we were hearing about it. And the numbers that year were 1.33 million as opposed to our 1.68 million last year. I've heard a lot, and I brought this up at the last CAL meeting, from people in the public who feel like this process has really been screwed up. And I think there are lots of reasons for that. We had a pandemic, we switched, the applicant who is here before us tonight is not the applicant we started with. And I do think, and I said this before, but I'll say it again because the room is filled with people, we could have done better, and it's a mix of, you have elected representatives saying things in public, and then that's different than the city voice. In terms of consistency, when we spoke of, we will not make this decision until it gets to us. We will really, don't worry, we're tearing up the plan, but we're still going to decide whether it's a good idea when it gets to us. And I don't think for many reasons, not to throw any one thing under the bus, but I don't think we've really done that when we think about the enormity of this decision and how that will affect the town for the good and for the bad. We said at each turn that those were not decisions, but I feel like over time they did become decision points. I will just give you a quote from 2019 from a city representative shortly after it had been, the city had lost out on the bid, and we were talking about that property. And the quote was, "It's our waterfront, it's our economy, in a lot of senses, it's our future." And I think that is tagging on to what Mr. Smith just said. You know, it's a complicated topic, and the decision we'll make tonight is kind of a fork in the road. This project does have its benefits, but I have not been convinced, the primary ones being the economic value from the construction and that the belief that it'll ease congestion downtown, but I'm not convinced that it will ease congestion downtown. It will not increase the number of passengers in town, but it will move those passengers to an area of town where we will be affecting the character of that neighborhood, and I don't believe it's really set up to take that. I will just end by saying, I think that quote says it best, that, you know, in relation to all the things that we have going on with our community, a ballot initiative being filed last year, another one having been accepted and going to law for review today, to me, our timeline is not the applicant's timeline, and they were aiming for two different things. And so I ask myself, is this the right thing? Is there a rush? Have we truly done the planning to make this decision? And I do not think we have.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes Candies. Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I like Ms. Hughes Candies and been thinking about the last five years of this work. And I, mentioned earlier that, a lot has changed in those 5 years. We have limits in place now. I think for me, one of the big things that has changed is I do think the political rhetoric has changed. I think when I first got in the assembly, you had to either be pro-tourism or anti-tourism, and there wasn't, growth or send the ships home. And I do feel like I am proud of the work this assembly has done to listen to the voters and the people who filled out the survey and that said, we like tourism, but you all have to do more to manage it. I feel like that has been our mantra. That's what we've been working on. I think this project represents that middle way. It is going to take our limits and spread people out. It's going to take a ship that is in the channel and get it out of the channel. But I still, know that there's going to be a lot of anger if this project is approved tonight, because people still want us to do more. They will see this as growth, even if I don't see it as growth. And so this will be, I will be supporting this project tonight because I think we put a lot of effort into all the things Mr. Smith said to make sure this project makes sense for Juneau. But we have a lot of work to do still, and that's been clear to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wall. Ms. Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A lot of folks have already touched on some of the things that, I think have been running through my head. Early on, when I was first elected to the Assembly, we did a sort of poll on how the Assembly was feeling on level of tourism in Juneau. And overall, we agreed that it has had an outsized impact on our community and we don't want to see growth. And so there was then to move forward, how do we address that? And one of the things I've heard over and over is we don't have the infrastructure to support the tourism we already have. And I do see this project as it stands currently, where we're complying with the MOAs, where we have a ship size limit in lease. And, we've done our best to kind of care for that, not having that growth. I see this as an infrastructure investment in our community and making sure that the tourism we have is better handled. And so I agree with what's been said. We still have a lot of work to do. This, I think, will be an ever-evolving topic. I don't think we're ever going to say we were done with fixed tourism, we're at the perfect point. And so, there's still a lot to do, but I see this as a good step in managing this industry and its impacts on our community. And it's a balancing act, and it's not a perfect solution, but I do think that we've done a lot of work, and Huna Totem's done a lot of work to best serve our community through this project.
Thank you, Ms. Atkinson. Mr. Steininger. Thank you, Mr. Steininger. Ms. Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and agree with what's been said thus far. I would also like to say, as a citizen, I followed this process prior to coming on to the Assembly, and I would like to respect the Tlingit people's opportunity to have a toehold in our waterfront and to be able to develop this property. And I think we can address our concerns with over-tourism as we continue to move forward. And so I will be in support of this.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Mr. Kelly?
Thank you. I was still asking questions, and I didn't know how I was going to vote until maybe about just a few hours before this meeting. But I sat down and I wrote out both the pros and the cons of what this community is getting and what might not be quite up to what I would like to see. I think Mr. Smith and Ms. Wool spoke both to a lot of the points I would like to make. We had the survey. I remember going door to door when I was running, and a lot of people said what they wanted was better management of our cruise ship tourism industry. And we're seeing that. Mr. Smith outlined in here, like what we're seeing in this ordinance is that we are not adding ships. I think one thing we might have missed is we have potential for year-round operations. We're expanding the Sea Walk, which should help relieve congestion downtown. We also not having ships lightering reduces emissions, not just of the ships trying to maintain position, but the ships going back and forth, which also just improves traffic overall in our channel. I also talked to Corey Wall, who helped do the traffic study. And one thing the traffic study did not really address was how traffic would go along Thane, for example, because that was one thing that also our constituents had brought to us was we have trouble getting to and from Thane with all of the buses going around. And one thing he told me is that this is going to be reducing the bus traffic by about 20% by having the bus turnaround in this facility. So overall, I think we are improving our management of cruise ship tourism, which is what our constituents are asking for. My one place of hesitancy is that the shore power is very dependent on capacity and dependent on the utility, and there's not a lot of control that we have over there. I think this is something I would like to encourage us as a body to work on, to encourage city staff to work on, to encourage AEL&P to work on, is to get shore power installed, reliable shore power as soon as possible. That would relieve a lot of my misgivings. But otherwise, I think the pros outweigh the cons here, and I intend to vote in favor.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Bryson, you decide to weigh in?
If you don't mind, Madam Mayor. I cannot say anything else that has not already been said. So what I want to say is thank you. Thank you to everybody. You're all spending hours of your night. We've spent many hours of nights speaking about this, discussing this. It goes back to 2019 when we had the initial discussion of, do we want to bid on this property? And so I want to thank Huna Totem for 22 public meetings. I think I made it to 4 of them. I want to thank the opposition who brought out many great concerns of the community that we spent a ton of time addressing. So that way, and again, I got to compliment Huna Totem. They listened to the community and didn't just try to force something, that it was a collaboration. So every time that you voiced something, every time that you went to one of their meetings, that information has been brought to us here. We didn't get here by just one meeting or two meetings. This was a multi-year process, and it would not have the same outcome if the 15 policymakers, 2 city managers, 2 city attorneys, apparently 2 clerks, and a lot of you guys. It took all of us to get to this point. So every single one of you participated and brought us to where we are here. And with that, Madam Mayor, I'll end my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Mr. Smith, do you have any? There you go. So I answered several emails this morning or afternoon, I guess. It's been a long day at the City Hall today for everybody. But one of the things that I found myself writing in several emails was juggling economic development, which is good for the community, against impacts of tourism on the community is an impossible task. And I think we're trying to go down the best line we possibly can. We want to support our tourism industry, but at the same time, you've heard me say we want to dampen the growth a little bit. I think we've accomplished that with our 5 ships a day limit, our 60,000 passenger day limit. On Saturdays, we even went down to 12,000. We put several limitations, and I'll agree with Mr. Bryson. Thank you to the opposition, because many of those limitations to Huna Totem Dock came from you, not ours. So that was helpful for there. But this dock allows us to have some control. If there's a ship anchored out there, we have no control over that. But with this lease, we have some control of the ships coming in, so that gives us basically control over 3 of our docks, because it's R2 and then Huna Totem. So it's an infrastructure investment, just like Ms. Atkinson say, and someone else is paying for it. So that's a good thing. And I also have to speak to, it's going to provide a lot of jobs, not just in the building, but also long-term. And thank you for Mr. Crocker from the Inland Boatman to come out and point that to us. So I think this is, I think we've worked really hard, and thank you, Ms. Hughes Candies. That's a long time ago, and 15 of us have touched this in some shape or form, from the waterfront plan revision to the Resiliency Task Force to the Planning Commission, and then all through our process. So if you're new tonight and this is the first time you've heard us talk about it, we've been dealing with this for 5 or 6 years, so these votes aren't going to come lightly, and it's going to sound like it was very quick, but we've been working on this for a long, long time. So with that, I'll go back to, we have a motion and amendments. Is there objection? I believe I heard a couple of them. Ms. Hughes Candies, do you want to speak further to your objection?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for all the time that you've, allowed. Like I said, I think that befits the gravity of the topic. I think most of my comments contained what I wanted to say, and I appreciate what Mr. Bryson said. My concern when I talk about various timelines, the differences between the city versus the applicant, that is not to, I can't even think of the word, but that is not to say the applicant hasn't been a partner and showed up to the city and brought that information. That is simply a timing thing that it's very hard, because we hear both sides all day. And it can be hard to feel the pulse, and then we're balancing that against what we think is best. But I think at this time, it feels like doubling down when the community, I think, is saying pause a little bit or dampen a little bit. So for that reason, I can't support it.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes Candies. Anybody further? So with that, Madam Clerk, we have a motion as amended with objection. Please call the roll.
Mr. Bryson,
Yes.
Ms. Hall, Mr. Steininger,
Yes.
Ms. Atkinson,
Yes.
Mr. Kelly,
Yes.
Ms. Hughes Candies,
No.
Ms. Wool,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Weldon.
Yes.
Motion passes 8 yeas, 1 nay.
All right, let's take 10 minutes. the diehards left in the audience. So that was our first item on public hearing. So let's go to our second item on public hearing, item 22. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 2025-07, an ordinance amending the procedures and requirements related to abandoned, junked, wrecked, and impounded vehicles.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
Language for abandoned and wrecked/junk vehicles is currently found in 5 different locations throughout code. To simplify and clarify for both our departments and our community members, this ordinance moves all language into Chapter 72. The intent of these code revisions is to be able to respond to abandoned, wrecked/junk vehicles more quickly and efficiently, to give more discretion to police officers in criminal cases, to clarify the impound process, and to ensure we are compliant with state law. This code revision has been a collaborative project with JPD, Parks and Rec, Docks and Harbors, and the Manager's Office. The Committee of the Whole reviewed this request at its January 27, 2025 meeting and forwarded it to the Assembly for adoption. The Systemic Racism Review Committee reviewed this ordinance at its March 4, 2025 meeting and had the following comment for the Assembly. When considering regulations regarding abandoned and junk vehicles, the Systemic Racism Review Committee would encourage the Assembly to consider any potential impact to community residents who are living in said vehicles. I recommend the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Is there any member of the public that wishes to speak to this ordinance? I don't have anybody written down. Seeing none, we'll bring it to the Assembly. Ms. Hughes-Gandes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that the Assembly adopt ordinance 2025-07.
Thank you. Any objections? Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For the purpose of the question, just on the piece of how it would impact people who use vehicles for their homes or who live in a vehicle, any changes to what we do now with if this ordinance were to be adopted?
Thank you, through the chair. So this ordinance does not change how we address people living in abandoned or junk vehicles. It actually gives more discretion to officers. And I would just note that officers spend a lot of time working with people who may be living in junk vehicles that are unsafe to get them to a safe place. Nothing in this would change that.
Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Smith's question mostly got at mine, but there's lots of technical changes in here. This is a subject that we get comments on all the time, both junk vehicles and people living in their vehicles. Maybe just could you explain in general terms, what our process is for dealing with those two distinct categories now, and what would change, if anything, substantive?
Sure. So again, I would say at this point, nothing is changing substantively about how we're dealing with junk or abandoned vehicles in relation to people living in vehicles. So we know that Grants Pass several years ago put a pause on asking people to get out of their cars, taking cars, making people move on. That pause, in theory, could have stopped after Grants Pass was overturned. There's been no change in direction from the Assembly, and the junk vehicle and abandoned vehicle statutes really are secondary to kind of a homelessness camping issue. If something is a junk vehicle, i.e. they have broken windows, no tires, they are unsafe, they can catch on fire, JPD would work with the person before this ordinance and after this ordinance to get people to a safe place. They could take that vehicle as it is a junk vehicle. They would take out their belongings, help them store them, help them go to another place. But that's based on the health and safety of that individual, as well as the community, for having a vehicle that is in such disrepair. It puts everybody at risk. An abandoned vehicle, if someone is living in their vehicle, by definition, it is not abandoned. So really, when we're talking about homelessness, we're really talking about junk vehicles. That's a difficult situation, and GPD officers do an excellent job working with social services throughout the city. And I'll see if Mr. Barr has anything else to add.
Any follow-up, Ms. Wall? Are you good?
Yeah, also if just you could explain to the public, let's say we have a abandoned vehicle, no one's living in it. What does JPD do in that situation? So we get this question all the time.
Sure. So the process, so what I would say is this does allow an impound into the impound lot. If something is very, very dangerous, or if a vehicle maybe there's an arrest, so it's a drug arrest or something, it moves vehicles into the impound lot. There's also impound in place, which is where you put a vehicle in a safe place. We make sure it's secured and it remains there. And this also adds an option to add a boot if there is a reason to add a boot. In general, what JPD does is they tag the vehicle. Most of us have seen vehicles sitting on the public street with a pink tag. They tag that vehicle. We give notice to the last registered owner that they need to move the vehicle. If they do so, the process is over. We're happy, that's great. If they don't do so after 30 days, we find that the vehicle is abandoned and we can start the auction process. One thing that has come up, I know that we've gotten a lot of questions from the public is, and actually also from JPD, what happens if, let's say I park a car on 10th Street and I abandon it there, they put a pink sticker on it, I come back and I move it over to 11th Street, and then what happens if you move it around? So luckily, this is a small town. We know that you're moving it around. It is still abandoned if you just move it one street over. We don't restart that process just because you move the vehicle over. So I know that's been one that's come up. Does that answer your question, Ms. Hull?
Any more questions? And sometimes we have to remind the public, if they have an abandoned vehicle, they need to make sure they call it in. Because sometimes we get calls that say, this car has been here for 3 weeks, and it's like, has anybody reported it? And it turns out they have not. So the JPD doesn't drive around looking for these vehicles. So with that, any more questions? I didn't see anything. So we have a motion. Any objection? Seeing none, that motion passes. Moving on to item 23, Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 2025-11, an ordinance repealing CBJ Code 75.01.210, thawing and other miscellaneous charges related to water utility code.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
In 2011, CBJ Water Utilities decommissioned its thaw unit after determining that repairs and replacement costs were prohibitive. Previously, CBJ offered thawing services to customers for their service lines on private property for a nominal fee. However, given the high operating and maintenance costs, the program was discontinued upon the unit's decommissioning. This revision reflects the discontinuation of the thawing service and would improve operational clarity and would ensure that the code remains up to date with current and relevant practices. This ordinance was reviewed at the Assembly Public Works and Facilities Committee on February 24, 2025. The Systemic Racism Review Committee reviewed this ordinance at its March 4, 2025 meeting. I recommend the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Is there any member of the public that wishes to speak to this ordinance? Seeing none, we'll bring it to the Assembly. Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move the Assembly approve ordinance 2025-11, an ordinance repealing CBJ 75.01.210, thawing and other miscellaneous charges related to water utility code. And I ask for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Ms. Wall. Any objection? Seeing none, that ordinance passes. Madam Clerk, item 24.
Ordinance 2025-15, an ordinance amending the Title 49 Land Use Code relating to rules of construction, permits, equivalent use determinations, determination of minor versus major developments, accessory dwelling units, caretaker units, and transition zones.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
The rewrite of Title 49 Land Use Code is a multi-phase project. Phase 1 began in August 2024 and is focused on updates that are not dependent on the upcoming rewrite of the comprehensive plan. This ordinance modernizes accessory dwelling unit, ADU, code to encourage gentle density through the construction of ADUs. It defines caretaker units in industrial zones and creates a framework for their administration. It reduces permitting time by allowing certain decisions to be made by the director instead of the planning commission. It encourages greater density by allowing director approval of transition zones that have been identified in planning documents, and it develops rules of construction to make interpretation of code more accessible and uniform. The ad hoc Title 49 Advisory Committee discussed the concepts included in Ordinance 2025-15 at its October 28 and November 13, 2024 meetings and passed a motion to support the development of an ordinance. The Assembly Committee of the Whole reviewed Ordinance 2025-15 at its January 27, 2025 meeting. The Systemic Racism Review Committee reviewed this ordinance at its February 4, 2025 meeting, and the Planning Commission reviewed this ordinance at its February 25, 2025 and March 11, 2025 meetings. A memo from the Planning Commission is included in the packet. I recommend the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Manager. Seemed to all of a sudden stop. We do have a couple members of the public signed up for this. Mike Human. Please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, Michael Human, Ock Bay area. I'm just here to speak in support of this thing as written. I testified at the Planning Commission hearing about this, and and then I read their letter, which appeared to hem and haw a little bit about a few of the details on this. And I just wanted to come up here and tell you two perspectives. One is my slightly cynical take as a professional full-time developer. As you may or may not be aware, there's maybe a small handful of us left in this town that do this as a day in, day out professional job. And the code as written is difficult to follow, timely to get through. There's hearings and all this stuff, and it keeps a lot of people out. And so from one perspective in my business, I love the fact that there's a barrier to entry. It's hard for people to do this business, and there's a reason there's a very small number of us that do it. So from that perspective, from my business's perspective, please don't pass this. But from a citizen's perspective, I want to say, the housing situation, the development situation we have in town is a direct result of the laws that we have. We have a system that incentivizes certain behavior, it punishes other ones. And, the best quote I heard during the Planning Commission meeting was, do you want parking spaces or do you want places for people to live? Our planning code is written from a perspective of trying to have it all. A very, very nice, community white picket fences, manicured lawns. The fact is our code is so restrictive, it's so expensive to develop stuff that people are out homeless on the streets while we have codes that say, we have to be so far away from the sidewalk or can't have only so much room in the backyard. It's amazing. I travel to Latin America a lot. They don't have a lot of homeless people. They have people living in corrugated shacks densely packed together, but they're not out on the street. We outlaw people taking basic shelter, and this is a step towards stopping the madness. So that's what I'm here for tonight. That's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Human. Any clarifying questions for Mr. Human? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony tonight. And then we also have a lady that's we're familiar with, Michelle Hill. Ms. Hale, please state your name and area of town you live in for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Human. That was really excellent. I appreciate the opportunity to testify on this packet. And in particular, I think the whole thing is excellent, and I commend the Assembly and the City Manager and our expert who is working on it for the great job they're doing. Thank you for doing this. In particular, I am really interested in the changes to the ADUs. You may remember that I have a duplex, and duplexes, because of a weird vagary of code, aren't allowed to have ADUs on a duplex lot, and this will allow up to 2 ADUs on a duplex lot. I would like to make a request, but I do that with some caution, and I would like to increase the flexibility. Downtown, there's an overlay district that allows 3-foot setbacks, and this doesn't have that. I would suggest that we add an overlay district that would allow 3-foot setbacks until the comprehensive plan is complete, and then it can be looked at with the comprehensive plan. I'll use my duplex lot as an example. There's a 13-foot setback from a side street and a 5-foot setback from the back of the lot. And what that does, and this is all over the valley, houses were built in the middle of lots. And what that does is it forces these ADUs to be either really tiny or right up against the house or as close to the house as they can get. I ask for that with a lot of caution because I don't want to delay this. I would maybe ask the Assembly in their brilliance to figure out how to do that without delaying it. That's my big worry. Now, you know me. This is a book that all of you need to read. It's called Abundance. It's by Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson. And these are liberal writers. And what they are saying is the reason that housing is such a problem in blue states is just what Mr. Human said. You write these laws and they have effects and they have consequences. If you want to make all the neighbors happy, you're not going to get increased housing. If you want to increase housing, you need to provide that flexibility. Don't require parking. Allow smaller setbacks. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from Ms. Hale? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony tonight. Before we move to a motion, this is kind of different for us, so any questions?
Say that again, Madam Mayor.
Before we make a motion, is there any questions that we want Mr. Dumichel or Madam Manager or Madam Attorney to refer to? Ms. Paul?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would love to hear Mr. Dumichel's reaction to floating setbacks, or a overlay district. I think what we have before us is an amazing group of great ideas, that some of that have been talked about, some that Mr. Dumichel just really fleshed out for us, all in one place. I also do not want to delay it, and if there are things that we can do to make things more flexible, I am all ears, whether that's now or sometime soon in the future. So just curious if Mr. Dumichel, if you considered looking at setbacks as part of this initial round of changes, and if, what was your consideration on that topic?
Mr. Dumichel.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the question. So when I was putting this together, I did consider setbacks in a lot of districts. It's 20 feet. I proposed 10 feet as the base, and if your zone district allows less, you could go smaller. I would definitely be very interested in talking about going to 5 or even 3 feet, depending on zone district, to the point of hanging a thing up or whatnot. It may be something that you want to spend a little more time with, and I'll make the point that this is an iterative process, so this isn't the last time you're going to see me. So we will be making repeated trips on this topic to continue to go. So, as the Assembly, as folks who live in different parts of the community, that's up to you to decide if that's a reasonable thing in your opinion to set at this time. I do lean towards, smaller setback and denser development, but you're the ones who make the decision. So I'd leave it to you, Mayor and Assembly, and if you have other questions, I'm very happy to answer them.
Thank you. Any follow-up, Ms. Wall?
No, I'm good.
Any, look over here, all kinds of questions now. Ms. Hughes Candies and then Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just following up, I think, on Ms. Wall's comments, and appreciate what Ms. Hale is saying about, we want speed and it is iterative, but also we really want flexibility, and I appreciate you being here because you were such an ally on that flexibility. You went from 20 to 10. If someone pulled another magical number out of the air, could you just talk about why you chose 10?
Sure. So when I was looking at the size of yards, especially in like more kind of like suburban sort of settings, I was thinking about the distance between homes. So say you had two houses back to back that build ADUs, even if they both went to the maximum, you'd still have 20 feet in between them. So you're not going to run into a lot of fire separation issues, things like that. If they have eaves or overhangs, it's easy to approve and easy to move forward. The closer buildings get together, the more complication there is, I guess, from like a building code perspective, fire code. So that's not a problem to overcome. You can do that with engineering, you do that with fire separation, et cetera. But 10, gave a reasonable amount of space, and it's the only dimensional standard I suggested changing in that whole packet. So just a point I like to make for folks is we're really using the rules you already have in a more efficient way to build the housing that people want to build on their property, right? So I moved that to 10, cut that distance in half. Did it cross my mind to go lower? Yes, but that's where I started. That's, through the public process. We've been there for the most part. But I'm definitely, like I said earlier, if there's appetite to go closer, I don't think that's unreasonable, but I propose 10.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
We have Mr. Smith and then Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just going to take a comment just really quickly. So I'm the chair of the Title 49 Rewrite Advisory Committee. One thing that I'm kind of thinking about now is just how do we keep this good work that's already been happening, like while also evaluating possible changes, like Mr. Dumichel said, iterative process where, this was kind of our first big chunk of, changes to code, and we're figuring out the process. I would say maybe that, looking at smaller setbacks with a bunch of the nuance you've already mentioned, that might be something that would be good to bring back before the, Title 49 Advisory Committee at our next meeting, and have them discuss and look at, and then kick it through the process of Planning Commission and everything else. But to keep this thing going, that'd be my kind of thought, or maybe even recommendation. But thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Smith's question actually answered my question. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly, for pointing that out. I actually have a question since nobody else does. I'm looking on page 238, and the Planning Commission has some thoughts here. And on number 6, major minor development rewrites, they say that they feel a trade-off is in terms of public process. Can you address that, please?
Yes. So in that major minor issue, so what happened there is a change that streamlines permitting for multifamily housing. And so as they noted, the trade-off there is if it becomes a by right development, then there's not a public hearing, there's not a trip to the Planning Commission. But again, these are projects that are meeting all of our existing rules, dimensional standards, et cetera. So if someone brought us a project that was outside of that box, you'd be off to the Planning Commission, you'd have to do a planned unit development or alternative residential subdivision or any number of other thing, or a variance or something of that sort. But if you have a clean project that fits all the rules that we already have for parking lots, height, density, et cetera, you would be able to have a director level approval of that. And so, no noticing, no staff report, no public hearing. But again, it's based on rules you've already approved.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further questions? Mr. Smith?
Actual questions. On the rules of construction rewrite, number 4, this again referencing the Planning Commission memo. And it's regarding the interpretation. And, they say this section needs revision with regard to interpretation. Planning Commission does not recommend adoption as presented. Comment on that, possible, fix or solution?
Yeah, absolutely. So after the Planning Commission brought that up, I investigated it, spoke with the contract attorney as well. We don't believe that the conflict is perceived as really there, but it could be written much more clearly. But it does touch more than one piece of code. So my recommendation this time would be to adopt as written, and then in the next wave clarify that language so that the confusion is gone. But in my interpretation, the conflict isn't actually there.
Ms. Euskandis?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Just the last one on process with the waves, because I want to just rubber stamp this and know that you're coming back soon with more for us to approve. What would that timeline look like? Because, I could magically just say 5, but I hear you saying, yeah, if you have the appetite for it, but also maybe you want to look at it a little bit. I do think in general, this assembly has appetite towards greater flexibility and greater density because that's such a priority for us. So what would that timeline look like? Are we talking months? We're talking, city is slow, but how slow are we talking in this case?
Not fair. So we would be looking at months. So, it needs to be written. We need to go to the Title 49 Advisory Committee. It would come to the Assembly to determine if you want to initiate that text amendment. And then you have that 60-day shot clock that we used on that last wave to go to the Planning Commission, and then it's back to you. So that's the first time we've gone through that process. So far, that's worked really well. In theory, I guess you give it about like 4 months or so, if everything's operating correctly and just based on how meetings are spaced out. But I think this is like the 8th meeting we had to get to this point, right? So we have a lot of public touches before a final ordinance is here for adoption.
Mr. Kelly?
Thank you. I have something of perhaps a little bit of a follow-up, given that it's going to be taking possibly months to get back if we did want to study, if we did want to send back Madam Hale's suggestion. I'm also kind of thinking that summer is right around the corner. If there was anybody perhaps in Ms. Hale's situation who wanted to take advantage of a smaller setback during the construction season. This could go to Mr. Dumichel, this could go to Ms. Wright. Is there any flexibility currently in the Planning Commission process? Could the Planning Commission grant some sort of variance for a smaller setback if certain conditions to prevent spreading of fire or whatever were attached?
Sure. So in terms of variances, variances are like a very specific thing. That's if you have an actual physical hardship or something on the lot, not just it's something you would rather do or it doesn't fit code. I guess I would make the comment that if you had a specific piece that you wanted to move faster, I think we could move about things in a different way, but I believe this pattern is working real well for us. If the Assembly wanted to move down to 5 feet or something like that, again, I think that flexibility would be great. I mean, it's not like every home in the valley is going to build right to that 5-foot line. I think the neighborhoods would soak it in well, but I also know that that's a change that people would probably like to talk about a little more and let it breathe a bit. So, but again, that's the Assembly, not me, as far as how that's going to work. But that's my my view on it.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go for the motion. Ms. Atkinson?
Madam Mayor, can I take a 1 minute at ease, 2 minute at ease?
1 minute.
Okay.
Ms. Atkinson, would you give us a motion, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move the Assembly adopts ordinance 2025-15, and I ask for unanimous consent.
I'll object for an amendment, so I'm gonna have to hand it over to Mr. Smith. But my amendment, I guess, would guess is not Ms. Giussiani's. So my amendment is on page 230, and it has to do with line 17. The maximum size of a caretaker unit is 2,000 square feet in net floor area, and my motion would be to put that as 1,000 square feet. So that sounds like a drastic cut in size, but this has to do with industrial areas for a caretaker unit. And from experience in the fire department with the fire training center, where we used to be able to burn all kinds of things, and now you can burn very little there. 2,000 square feet is the size of my house, so a family could easily live there. And again, I'm not opposed to housing whatsoever, but this is an industrial area where you're going to deal with noise, dust, smells, everything else. And the other where we had this problem was an asphalt plant was trying to come in, which we desperately could use 2 asphalt plants, and they ran into the same issue. And the people living in the industrial area stopped it. So industrial areas should be industrial. So if they need a caretaker for the house, then I think there should be a caretaker. But I don't think 2,000 square feet is appropriate, so my change is 1,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Questions? Ms. Atkinson.
Thank you. It's been a bit, I think 60 days since we last talked about this, but just to clarify, currently in code, I understand there's no square footage limit for caretaker units. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Bryson.
Would this possibly grandfather in any 2,000 square foot caretaker apartments that are currently in industrial, or would this create a problem for those caretaker units that are above 1,000 square feet? Or would this, how would it go moving forward?
I would have to look at the attorney for that.
Madam Attorney, Mr. DiMichele.
I'll let Mr. DiMichele pipe up as well, but you could grandfather in, that's fine.
Agreed. If the unit's there and it's already legally permitted, it's good to go.
Mr. Bryson.
I'd like to offer an amendment to the amendment. Madam Mayor, would be acceptable to grandfather in anything that's currently existing?
He said that you don't have to.
Right.
Oh, you
He
don't?
said if it's already there and been permitted, it's fine. So no.
I'll remove whatever.
Ms. Atkinson.
Thank you, Chair Smith. Just as a follow-up to that, would then the person who had a 2,000 square foot caretaker unit have to get like a non-conforming permit or anything like that, or would they just be set?
Madam Attorney.
No, they would just be set. They've been properly permitted under current code. They're fine.
I had a question. Madam Mayor, is the reason for this change possibly due to the fact that sometimes an assembly might like bend over backwards essentially for someone who's complaining, and then also that it was mentioned in the Planning Commission memo?
Yes, the planning commission says the people that live there should agree to this, but in my experience, that is not what's happened. They know they're living in an industrial area, and pretty soon there's enough people living there that it doesn't remain industrial because of all the complaints of all the industrial activities. And as most people know, we have very little industrial land.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Are there, Ms. Hughes-Scanny? No? Okay. What would you like? Your question?
I was going to object, Deputy Mayor, but I didn't want to jump it. Just quick objection, appreciate this. This is one that I hadn't spent a ton of time thinking about, so I'm like turning the wheels in my head as I'm listening. I see the arguments for both. I do remember, though, even as preserving industrial land has been like a pillar of our economic plan, and I've certainly heard lip service to on my years here, I also remember when people with industrial land started coming and saying, you need to make it easier for us to build housing on here, because they weren't using that land for industrial purposes, and they knew that they could use it for housing purposes. Kind of trying to use this caretaker as a thing. And I remember having a conversation about that. So with this, because I haven't given a ton of thought to that and rereading the Planning Commission's number, I think I'll leave it at 2,000.
Very good. Further comments? I'll just make some, I'm going to support the mayor on this amendment. I think the caretaker should be for people just to take care and keep an eye on the industrial lot. Not, I get it, we know housing is the thing, but I agree with the mayor that it could lead to us limiting things on industrial land, which for a very long time was a, goal of the assembly was to preserve industrial land because we don't have a ton of it. So anyway, I'll support the mayor's motion. Madam Clerk, we have a amendment and objection. Would you please call the roll?
Mayor Weldon.
Yes.
Mr. Bryson.
Yes.
Ms. Wool.
No.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Ms. Hughes-Candies.
No.
Mr. Kelly.
No.
Mr. Steininger.
Yes.
Ms. Atkinson.
No.
Deputy Mayor Smith.
Yes.
Motion passes 5 ayes, 4 nays.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Mayor.
I get 2 mics. All right, with that, we have a motion as amended. Any objections? Ms. Hughes-Candies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just going to try a quick amendment. If it doesn't work, I think we've just talked through the good argument for keeping it going and maybe an argument to amend it. And when I say amend it, I'm talking about page 229. And that is in our ADU section. I'm looking at E at the top of that page, line 6. ADUs are subject to a minimum 10-foot rear yard setback. I would propose changing that 10 to a 5. And I'm looking to make sure there's not another section that I would need to change the number. But that is what I'm proposing, and if you all want to look at that in greater detail and you're not comfortable with it, that's fine. But I just will say that what moved me to make this amendment on the fly is that we did just talk about in an earlier issue, it's construction season in Alaska, and if this does spur anyone, I'm fine with greater density and greater flexibility in case someone would take advantage of it this construction season. But I'll leave it there.
So this is amendment number 2. Any objection? Mr. Smith.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I guess, Mr. Dumichel, I'm just trying to track this with the Planning Commission notes there, and they were talking about, further setback reduction may be needed by homeowners. I mean, were they just talking about rear lots, or were they also talking about side, and other setbacks?
So at the Planning Commission, they did talk about different setbacks, so side and even front yard setbacks, and what reducing some of those would look like as well. But they also did not move forward or make a proposal to change any of those at this time. We really just focused on the rear setback.
Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll support this, but I would say that this topic may still need some more work. I appreciate more flexibility, but there are other things to look at. We could be looking at floating setbacks or smaller setbacks or overlay districts, or there's different options. So I would say if this passes, my comments still stand that look by the committee, and Mr. Dumichel would still be worth it on this topic.
Thank you, Ms. Wall. I'm going to object. Since nobody else is objecting, I'll actually object. I appreciate your intent on this totally, but you're pulling 5 out of the air. And I'd rather hear from the Title 49 committee. And so if we just this can pass and we can come back and amend it the next time we see it. So this can still go forward, but I'd rather hear some reasoning in it. Again, I come a firefighter in background. Is this safe? I don't know. And what would we do if you're only 10 feet apart from something? You might have to have a little bit different walls or something. So in light of the fact that we're going to have to probably look at other setbacks, I would prefer to save this one for later date. Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to support this. While I totally agree with you, if every single property that was built was now 10 to 5, that could be a big deal. I don't think that this will apply every time, but when necessary, when you need that extra 5 feet, that's when this is going to apply. Not when they're just laying out houses. They're not going to push something all the way. This 5-foot standard will work when somebody's trying to shoehorn something into a property that doesn't fit. That's why I think the 5-foot is an appropriate number. I'm going to support this. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, and then Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Dumichel, what things do we need to be concerned, or maybe are there any? I mean, the mayor mentioned fire. What other considerations should we be considering if we're thinking of making this change?
Sure. So fire is the first place that I go as well when you're putting buildings closer together, ensuring that you're safe there, that you have the appropriate construction, your eaves aren't, projecting too far in the yards, things like that. And then the other piece is just, I guess, neighborhood character, closeness of structures. There's, in different types of zone districts, people have different feelings about how close they are to their neighbors, right? But as communities, grow and develop and densify, a lot of times those distances, do shrink. And so it's, I think Juneau's kind of at an interesting point in its, development as a city. And, this is one of those things that I think we're going to tackle repeatedly over the next, decade really is, when we were first built, we had a big surplus of land and, a lot of flat spaces and easy to develop, and people put all their houses right in the middle of a lot, and maybe they had 5,000 or 6,000 square feet that was buildable, and they only chose to build 1,500. And now they want to use some of that other available, land. And the way to do that and get a home or an ADU that makes sense is, probably going to be pushing into that traditional setback, so that move to 10 feet or 5 feet, or, in other zone districts, maybe, through the Title 49 committee or the comp plan, we determine it's even less for some places. Those are all, reasonable options. But I would be, generally supportive of 5, as long as, everyone understands, there's it practically works, but, there probably will be some, displeasure of people if they, something goes up 5 feet from their lot line.
Thank you, Mr. Dumichel. Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. I'm kind of feeling split down the middle about this, and I do see a possible middle way out of this. I see what Madam Mayor is saying about, the potential for fire, and that also this is kind of pulled out of nowhere. But I also want to do what I can for the people who might have projects in the planning stage or might be thinking of projects for this summer. And so I'm kind of wondering if maybe this is something we can temporarily approve and bring back, I think this might be where we're heading. I think Ms. Wall might have alluded to it. But if we can have it studied a little bit more, like we can approve this, but still have it studied a little bit more by the Title 49 committee. And then maybe if we can come back with some additional things, like maybe we need to accommodate for fire some way, and maybe we need to adjust the distance, but maybe just, if we could just approve this now, and then maybe have some recommendations come back for a later time.
All right, we have an amendment and we have objection. Madam Clerk, will you call roll?
Ms. Hughes Candies.
Yes.
Mr. Steininger.
No.
Ms. Hall.
I'm sorry, but could you restate what we're voting on?
Yes, so this amendment would amend 49.25, 512B 4E E. ADU are subject to a minimum 5-foot rear yard setback. If the underlying zone district's rear yard setback standard is less than 5 feet, the smaller setback applies. That's a change from the current, which is 10 feet.
Yes.
Mr. Kelly.
Yes.
Ms. Wool.
Yes.
Ms. Atkinson.
Yes.
Mr. Bryson.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Smith.
No.
Mayor Weldon.
No.
Motion passes, 6 yeas, 3 nays.
Okay, we're back to the main motion. We're back to the main motion as amended. Any objection? Seeing how that motion passes. Okay, I'm just giving everybody fair warning that it is 12 after 10, and we have several ordinances to go through, so keep your comments as brief as you can. Item 25, Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 2025-18, an ordinance amending Title 42 Penal Code related to crime involving domestic violence by adding language consistent with the State of Alaska statutes and House Bill 66.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
In January 2025, the state passed House Bill 66. This bill made several updates to the definition of, quote, crime involving domestic violence. This ordinance simply matches state code, allowing JPD and our prosecutors to correctly designate crimes as, quote, DV crimes. By adding this designation, we are able to provide additional safeguards for victims of DV crimes. The Systemic Racism Review Committee reviewed this ordinance at its March 4, 2025 meeting. I recommend the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Is there any member of the public that wishes to talk to this ordinance? We're getting less and less public. Seeing none, we'll come back to this assembly. Mr. Steininger.
I move the Assembly adopt ordinance 2025-18 and ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, that ordinance passes. Item 26, Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 2025-20, an ordinance addressing tax exemptions spanning multiple construction seasons.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
This ordinance is intended to address properties that are receiving an economic development tax abatement as described in CBJ Code 69.10.023. This ordinance will allow the developer and the assessor the opportunity to set the 12 years of tax abatement starting year after the developer has received the certificate of occupancy. The developer and assessor may decide to retroactively begin the tax abatement, in which case the developer's property taxes would be recalculated, fines and penalties may be waived by the treasurer. The developer would still be responsible for property taxes related to the local contribution for education for all years, including any fines or penalties associated with that portion of the assessment. This ordinance achieves the completion of economic development projects prior to the tax abatement approval and allows the developer the flexibility to manage cash flows for their project. The Committee of the Whole reviewed this request at its February 4, 2025 meeting and forwarded it to the Assembly for adoption. The Systemic Racism Review Committee reviewed this ordinance at its March 4, 2025 meeting. I recommend the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Is there any member of the public that wishes to speak to this ordinance? Seeing none, we'll move it to the Assembly. Ms. Hall.
I move the Assembly adopt ordinance 2025-20 and ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection?
Madam Mayor, there is a staff recommended amendment.
I'm sorry?
There's a staff recommended amendment that I want to flag.
Mr. Kelly.
I move Amendment 1.
So you object for purposes of amendment.
I do, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
All right. Please speak. Tell us your amendment and please speak to it.
I move Amendment 1. If the applicant has complied with 1 and 2, the assessor may retroactively approve an application for tax exemption when the application and construction season spans multiple years if the applicant desires the first year of abatement to begin on a partially constructed facility, and, this is the language we're adding, and the treasurer may waive any related penalties and late fees. And I'll allow staff to speak to the amendment.
Do we need staff to speak to that amendment? Okay, so you've heard the amendment number 1. Any objections? Seeing none, we'll go back to the main motion as with amendment. Any objections? Seeing none, that motion has passed. Item 27, Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 2025-21, an ordinance exempting the 2025 fireworks display purchase from compliance with the procurement code.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
At the February 5, 2025 Assembly Finance Committee meeting, the Assembly was presented with several options regarding the July 4th fireworks program. The Assembly asked the City Manager's Office to pursue multiple strategies, including an exemption ordinance issuing a RFP or RFI, and exploring other possible options for future years. This ordinance will allow CBJ to provide funds for the July 4, 2025 fireworks program. The Systemic Racism Review Committee reviewed this ordinance at its March 4, 2025 meeting. I recommend the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Is there any member of the public who wishes to speak to this ordinance? Seeing none, we'll bring it to the Assembly. Mr. Kelly.
I move ordinance 2025-21 and ask for unanimous consent.
Is there any objection? Seeing none, that ordinance passes. Item 28, Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 2024-01, little b, big AG. An ordinance transferring $375,000 from the Community Development Department fiscal year 2025 operating budget and $80,000 from the Manager's Office fiscal year 2025 operating budget to the Comprehensive Plan Capital Improvement Project.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
The Community Development Department, CDD, is leading the CBJ's Comprehensive Plan Update Project. The Comprehensive Plan is Juneau's long-term guide for development and land use activities, capturing the community's vision, goals, and recommended actions. FY25 CBJ Budget Ordinance 2024 1B appropriated $375,000 to the CDD operating budget to cover the costs for the comprehensive plan work to be completed during the fiscal year, and $80,000 to the Manager's Office for scenario planning. Due to the multi-year and multi-department nature of the comprehensive plan update, staff requests to transfer $375,000 from the CDD FY 2025 operating budget to a comprehensive plan CIP. $80,000 is requested to be transferred from the Manager's Office FY 25 operating budget for a scenario planning initiative to accompany the comprehensive planning work. Additional funding for the comprehensive plan update will be requested in the FY 26 budget cycle. The Systemic Racism Review Committee reviewed this ordinance at its March 4, 2025 meeting. I recommend the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Is there any member of the public that wishes to speak to this ordinance? Seeing none, we will bring it to the Assembly. Deputy Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move ordinance 2024-01BAG and ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Mr. Kelly.
Objection for the purposes of a question. The $80,000 that's being transferred from the scenario planning, what was the, has that project been completed, or what's the status or the reason for transferring those funds?
Madam Manager.
Yeah, so the $80,000 was included also in the operating budget. So Manager's Office has had a number of meetings with our scenario planning advocates in the community, but hasn't spent any of those dollars. So they would need to be rolled over to be able to be spent. Furthermore, there's a really strong scenario planning component of the comprehensive plan. So it would be, my intention to work with both our kind of group of scenario planning advocates, JEDC and others, and the comprehensive plan to bring the two of those things together. So that is why you see them both in the same appropriation.
Thank you. I'll remove my objection.
Any further objection? Seeing none, that ordinance passes. Item 29, Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 2024-01, little b, big AH. An ordinance transferring $200,000 from CIP D23-60 Waterfront Museum to CIP H51-125 Aurora Harbor Improvements.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
This ordinance would transfer $200,000 from the Waterfront Museum CIP to the Aurora Harbor Improvement CIP. The Harbor's enterprise has been awarded the Alaska Department of Transportation, ADOT, Harbor Facility Grant for Aurora Harbor improvements and began advertising for the $9.5 million project in February. To ensure the project has sufficient funding for upcoming construction, this request would transfer 1% temporary sales tax from the Waterfront Museum CIP, which will retain sufficient funding for current project work. This funding will be returned to the Waterfront Museum CIP through the FY28 1% temporary sales tax allocation. This transfer of project funding is consistent with the intent of the 2022 1% sales tax initiative approved by voters in the October 4, 2022 municipal election. The Docks and Harbors Board approved this request at the February 27, 2025 meeting. The Systemic Racism Review Committee reviewed this ordinance at its March 4, 2025 meeting. I recommend the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Is there any member of the public that wishes to speak to this ordinance? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the Assembly. Mr. Bryson.
I move we adopt ordinance 2024-01BAH, transferring $200,000 from CIP D2306 Waterfront Museum to CIP H51-125 Aurora Harbor Improvements, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for the objection for the purpose of the question. Madam Manager, a little unusual to see, an enterprise board or empowered board pulling from a not from their kind of other CIPs. Is the reason why because of this 1% sales tax linkage and anyway, if you could explain.
Madam Manager.
Thank you. The reason is really kind of a cash flow and timing issue. So the Aurora Harbor project is ripe to do right now, whereas the Waterfront Museum project really has had almost no traction on it. And so you will see when you review your FY26 CIP that the 1% schedule has already been adjusted to reflect essentially repaying this $200,000 from funds that would have otherwise gone towards the Harbor CIP grant matching line item. So it's really just a timing shuffle.
Remove my objection. Thank you.
Any other objection? Seeing none, this ordinance passes. Item 30, Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 2024-01, little b, big AI. An ordinance appropriating $10 million to the manager for the Juneau Douglas Treatment Plant Clarifier Building Repair Capital Improvement Project. Funding provided by general obligation bond proceeds.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
This ordinance would appropriate $10 million for the Juneau Douglas Treatment Plant Clarifier Building Repair Capital Improvement Project. Funding for this request is provided by general obligation bond proceeds. This project would improve wastewater utility service by improving wastewater utility infrastructure, including but not limited to replacement of the wastewater clarifier building at the Juneau Douglas Wastewater Treatment Plant that services Thane, Downtown, and Douglas. This appropriation of project funding is consistent with the intent of the $10 million general obligation bond package approved by the voters in the October 1, 2024 municipal election. The Systemic Racism Review Committee reviewed this ordinance at its March 4, 2025 meeting. I recommend the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Is there any member of the public that wishes to speak to this ordinance? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the Assembly. Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that the Assembly adopt ordinance 2024-01, version B, AI, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes Candies. Any objection? Seeing none, that is adopted. Next, we go to unfinished business. Madam Clerk.
Resolution 3098, a resolution in support of the City and Borough of Juneau's application to acquire tidelands from the state of Alaska.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager, although I think for the sake of time, we can not speak the quote.
This resolution is contingent on the passage of Ordinance 2025-22. To acquire state tidelands, a city must demonstrate an economic benefit. This economic benefit is quoted in your packet. It is in CBJ's best interest to maintain one continuous lease for Auk Landing with a consistent set of conditions. This helps maintain port harmony, supports CBJ's engagement with the neighboring Coast Guard facility, and provides an economic benefit to help offset the impacts of the facility on the community. This resolution and its companion ordinance 2025-22B were considered by the Assembly Committee of the Whole at its March 17, 2025 meeting and forwarded to the Assembly. I recommend the Assembly adopt this resolution contingent on the passage of ordinance 2025-22, which has passed this evening.
Thank you, Madam Manager. And since this is unfinished business, it's already had public testimony, I believe. Is that correct, Madam Attorney? Or Madam Clerk is saying yes. So with that, we'll go to the Assembly. Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move the Assembly approve Resolution 3098, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, that resolution passes. Thank you, Ms. Bell, for your patience. So moving on, we have no news business. A staff report? Any staff reports? Okay, I'm going to skip my mayor's report. We're going to skip all the committee reports except for from Ms. Adkisson, because she has some business that we have to take care of from Human Resources. Ms. Adkisson.
All right, I'm gonna skip everything except for the appointments. So I move the Assembly forward to the State of Alaska Emergency Response Commission, the appointment of Evan Price, right to know Act Seat 8A, for a term beginning immediately and ending December 31st, 2027, for the Local Emergency Planning Committee, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, he's appointed.
All right, and I move the reappointment of Sharon Tabor to the Juneau Public Library Endowment Board, Friends of the Library seat, for an unexpired term beginning immediately and ending January 31st, 2028, and ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, she's appointed.
Perfect. Last one, I move the reappointment of Elizabeth Pedersen and the appointment of Ethan Romling to the Utility Advisory Board, both terms beginning June 1st, 2025 and ending May 31st, 2028, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, they are appointed. All right, and we're going to bypass liaison reports. I'm going to come back to the presiding officer report, so we'll do, anybody have a quick comment or question? Starting with Mr. Bryson. Do you have a quick comment or question?
Oh, I need to be excused from the discussion.
We're not there yet. I'm just going to comments and questions down the line real quickly. Ms. Hughes Candies, do you have anything?
No, Madam Mayor.
Ms. Wall? Ms. Atkinson? Mr. Steininger? Ms. Hall? Mr. Kelly?
I'll try to keep it quick. I just wanted to note that earlier today we passed Resolution 4005 in our consent agenda to support our federal workers and our neighbors. I didn't want to pull this out of the consent agenda because I know we're really busy, but I think I wanted to make sure that the federal workers who live in our town understand that their community is behind them, supports them, and is advocating for them.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Smith?
Nothing to report, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we'll go back to presiding officer report. Ms. Wright, is that you? Who's our presiding officer on this one? Mr. Barr? Who's talking on this one? Yep. We're recessing for 1 minute.
update. So there's no presiding. Sorry.
Sorry, okay, she came back. Yes.
There's no presiding officer report per se. We needed the bid review board decision and information to be somewhere in the packet, so it was public and so it could go somewhere because the public has a right to see it. So we have no presiding officer report. It's simply the bid review board information.
Okay, so it's just documents in the past.
That's right.
Okay, with that, any continuation of public participation on non-agenda items? Seeing none, executive session. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move the Assembly enter an executive session to discuss the appeal of RFP 25-190 and the decision of the Bidding Review Board and the discussion on collective bargaining as necessary because, sorry? Oh, I guess it is necessary. Because the immediate knowledge of which would adversely affect the finances of the municipality, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Thank you for that. Is there any member of the public that doesn't want us to go? Hang on, just wait a second into executive session. Seeing none, is there any member of the Assembly that doesn't want to go us in executive session? All right, we'll start with Ms. Wall. What's your refusal something?
Yes, for the record, I have a conflict as relates to negotiations with IAFF, and so I will not be participating in that part of the conversation.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly?
Thank you. Being that we're at 10:30 and have two further items to consider, would it be in order for me to move an extension of the time at this time?
No, it would not at this time.
Thank you.
Mr. Bryson?
Madam Mayor, I had discussions with both parties on the JNU MIZ internet services, so I'm going to need to recuse myself for that.
Okay, that sounds good. So I guess we'll do collective bargaining first, but we're going to move up to my office. So if you need to make a pit stop on the way by, please do so. We are adjourned regular session, but we will have to come back to this main session after our executive session.
So for the listening public on Zoom, we are going to maintain the broadcast at this time while the Assembly is in executive session. When they come back, we will reconvene in open session. Thank you. Good evening. Any of our folks still remaining on Zoom? We just received word that the assembly is going to be continuing in executive session. They passed a motion to extend the end time of their, of the meeting, going to adjourn by 11:25. So we anticipate they will be coming out of executive session sometime before 11:25. Thank you for staying with us, and we will remain in pause mode while they continue in their executive session at this time. evening once again. We have received word from the executive session that they are extending they have made a motion to extend the deadline to adjourn to 11:45. So thanks again for sticking with us, and we will check back in just before 11:45.
bring us back to regular session. Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Assembly met in executive session to discuss collective bargaining, as well as the discussion on a bidding review board decision regarding RFP 25-190, provision of internet services for Juneau. And from that, I would like to make the following motion: that the Assembly neither rejects or accepts the bid review board decision and will implement the best interest findings of the manager's office. And we thank the bid review board for their work. And I ask for unanimous consent.
Any objection? Seeing none, that motion passes, and we do need to note for the record that Ms. Wall and Mr. Bryson have left us. Can I have that time, please? A little slip of paper I just handed you. So we'll put that on the record too. Yep. And for the record, at 10:57, we extend to 11:25, and 11:25, we extended to 11:45 PM, and we are going to adjourn at 11:36.